Good evening. Today, I have my streamer dashboard open. That's not what should be there. Gonna get Inception. We continue on our mob type setup. And so last time, we did a lot of changes, a lot of things, figured out a lot of stuff. So we went through and figured out our stat blocks that we're going to be using for players and creatures and technically NPCs, probably not really. We cleaned up our how we're going to store mobs and define their types and everything. There's a bunch of stuff there. So we got all that cleaned up. And as part of that, we also determined, well, we got to change how things are spawned and stored and weighted completely. So we documented this stuff, all this crap here. So we'll do this bit today. And once we get this bit in, then we'll go whatever time is left and go through and start defining where mobs can live. So, for example, we don't really want, let's say, ice elementals in the desert, right? Probably not right. So we'll go through this. We'll filter this back down to not red ones that we're not doing, and we'll fill this. That we'll hide some of these columns that we don't need anymore. And figure that stuff out. But first, we're gonna do some more database changes that we talked through. So we need to make. So the idea now is that when is there a random squiggly here? Too many spaces? No? Why is it squiggling at me? Whatever. There's one space there. What's wrong with you? Your squiggle's going up a line. It shouldn't. Where that mobs are no longer going to be generated at sub-land block generation. That's what we determined. For two reasons. One, massive database storage. It doesn't make sense to store all that information in there for every single land block or sub-land block that is that they may not even get used at the time. Remember, bud, it's okay. It's just a truck backing up. Come on. There you go. How you doing? See, you're safe. I've saved you from the backup noise of a truck. So it's just going to be a lot, and we haven't applied this stuff in here. That's what I don't think we've applied this stuff in here yet. So yeah, so weather, mob type definition, environment properties. We're just going to totally whack those off. That sounded bad. Lob those off. We're not going to do that because if we have these things defined, so the idea of these three columns originally was one of them you kind of see already here. We have wind and temperature, so the actual weather. And then the other was mob type definitions and environment properties. So environment properties was things like what kind of loose loot was there, chests, other things, mainly that loose loot and chests. And then mob type definitions were okay. What mobs do we want to spawn in this one? So it was going to roll the types of mobs that it would spawn and store the types in there. And then every time a character entered, it would just base it off of that same exact set of rolls and show them. Problem with all three of those is that now the world becomes static. And let's say we add mob types, or we want to define weather a little bit differently, or add different properties or increase the loose loot spawn rate, or decrease it, or whatever it is, right? Or whatever the different properties are in there. Now we have to also backfill existing areas to have that. And that's silly. So doing all three of these things is not going to take long. Like we generate the entire land block, so 2,600 subland blocks in a couple hundred milliseconds at most, and that's at a regeneration of it. So let's delete all the data and re-add all the data. So doing these is going to take another 10 milliseconds, 15 milliseconds. We might as well just do that when a player enters it. And then that allows the mob pool to be a little bit more dynamic. It automatically updates when we change what's in there and the weights and everything. And then we just have to define that stuff up front rather than it be static on the subland block. So we're going to get rid of those. And all we're going to do is we will roll on the subland block a tier for it, right? So if it rolls as a tier 2 subland block, it will stay a tier 2 subland block. If it rolls as a tier 1, it'll stay as a 1, whatever that is, right? And that tier is all then is needed to determine what goes in there. So we made up this table last time. Threw it in Excel now so we can fill this out before we create the table. But it's going to be configured in the database now. Why did 1 pop up? I have my wrong mouse filter on. It should be the back button. Yep, default. Now I shouldn't be typing 1 anymore. Nope. So we're going to fill this out. So we'll have, right now we're thinking 4 tiers. This also allows us to change that, right? If we add more tiers, that's a little more challenging because then we probably should go back and backfill some in. But at that point, at least, it's literally just changing 1 number. We can just pick some sections and go, okay, when you see this scenario, change it from a 4 to a 5. Done. Easy. So we'll define the tiers here, and we'll define, okay, what's the distance from the minimum range you have to be from a settlement to get this tier. And it's never 0. So you could potentially have a tier 4 right next to a settlement. There's nothing stopping it. It's a lower chance. Like this was the weights we threw in here, whether this is what we use or not, another whole other story, but it's a current set. It just, as you're closer to a settlement, you're going to have a higher chance of getting a tier 1 than you are a tier 4, but you could still get a tier 4. And then vice versa, when you're further from a settlement, you have a lower chance of getting a tier 1 and a higher chance of getting a tier 4. And again, these might not be weighted right. These might need to get bigger. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens when we actually start generating stuff with this new tier system. So then the rest of this table is going to define the other properties that are going to be in that environment thing. So it's going to be how many the max number of mobs we can spawn. It can be up to this. It doesn't have to be that full number, but that's our max that we would spawn on there. And then to kind of tie in the Limen influence stuff is when it's influenced by Limen, which will be a job that runs in the background that randomly figures out some areas to buff the influence of it on. Then that max might be different. Maybe it won't be different, but the idea there is it doesn't make it harder. It just gives you more variety or more options because it is buffed. So it might go from 10 max to 15 max or something, right? Something like that. So we'll fill that in. This bit, the mob spawn adjustment, was we'll put a percentage in here, and what it will in essence do is say when it's influenced, the mob spawn adjustment is 20%, right? So if a mob type in a particular terrain type had a 15% chance to be picked as something that spawns there, now it has a 35% chance. So it buffs the more rare ones. It might need to be some sliding scale, like maybe 20% is the max, but as you get to higher percentages, like maybe once you get above 50%, it starts tapering down so that you don't just buff the low level ones even higher than they already are. I think there's probably some room there. We'll probably do something like that. But this gets an adjustment that kind of buffs up the mobs, and it can be different depending on the tiers and the distance and whatnot. So I'm thinking things like if you are this close to town and it gets influenced, maybe it doesn't buff it as much because you don't want the rare stuff spawning right next to town, right? So maybe there's the percentages are different here. And the rest is fairly similar. So loose loot, how many pieces of loose loot will spawn? If it's buffed, Limen buffed, how many is it? Chests, same deal. Resources. So resources there's a couple extra bits here. So there's the number of resources that'll spawn, and then their weight. So whether or not it's limited influence or not. So what this would be could be you have rarer resources spawn. It's similar to the mob spawn adjustment. It's just because there's a limited number of resources, much fewer than the mob number. This will put it in here, and maybe just add some extra ones in there or something. I don't know. But yeah, so this will determine what types of resources can spawn in those subland blocks. So we're going to define this table before we actually write any SQL code to create the table so we can populate it. But so yeah, so we're going to fill that guy in. And that was what all this bit is here. And then on the terrain types, I forgot about this a little bit. Instead of the weather being something that's here all the time, it's going to be similar to the other guy where we'll add in terrain types here instead. On each of these, we'll add a like a weather ranges or something like that. I don't know if I named the column here or not yet. No, I didn't. We'll have to name it. But we'll specify those ranges for for grass, your temperature can be between 15 and 25 Celsius. But if you're in where there's ice, it's going to be between -5 and 2 or something like that, right? It probably technically needs to be below 0 for freezing ice, so probably -10 to 0 or something. So we'll do that, and the same thing with wind and any other weather properties that then it stores here. And again, that helps because now if we do add new weather properties to things that affect stuff, we add them in this one little place, and then it magically gets out to the rest of the world instantly. So, so that's the idea. That's the things that we're going to work on today. So we're going to get this bit filled out, fill out this table, and then we'll go through and get all of this updated. And this bit here, this will be probably another night because this is the actual, okay, now we generate it all. And we're not quite there yet. That's really not to be fair, that doesn't even belong there now that I look at it. That really belongs, what did I do? There we go. This really belongs outside of that. Because it's not set on an empty, well, I guess it does go here now that I look at it. We're not worrying. The weather and resource nodes and chests, those are different. That's like a different ball of wax than just mobs. Maybe we do that after. Where do we do this? NPC placement doesn't matter. Settlement doesn't matter. I think it's just kind of like its own little thing. I feel. Not at this level, but. Oh, come on. Because what I don't want to happen is I don't want to get into this going, okay, we're going to set all this stuff up, and then I kind of want to get this figured out because the goal of this was terrain weighted placement and all of that stuff, getting that figured out. So this is more of the okay, do it bit. I want to just break it up because I don't want to mark this done until this is done. And really, let's see, do we have another section that's more? So we have travel time, skills, because loot's not going to really happen until there. This is just going to have to be the hooks. When a player enters a sub-land block, this will only deal with mobs, I guess, and weather for now until we get other systems in place. I think that's a good stopping point there. So that way we'll do that kind of separately. Okay. So let's fill this thing out. And I was going to spend some time on this, and then I didn't spend any time on this. So, no, you don't get my feedback, lawn care service. Just do your dang job that I pay you to do. So much spam text these days anymore. Ridiculous. Okay. So, tier 1 through 4, we'll just start with those. We'll assume these percentages are right for now. They're probably wrong, but we'll deal with that when we get to it. If we never get a tier 4, then we know we're doing it wrong. That's what we'll know. It's probably okay though. Like looking at once you get a distance away, it's 15% for 1, 25% 2, 35% for 3, and 25 for 4. So you're most likely to get 2, 3, or 4 anyway. That's probably okay. Okay, so now mob max. So really what happens here is we're not, well, there are different tiers of mobs that we're going to have, right? So in ways, the tiers here kind of drive the difficulty of each individual mob. The count doesn't matter as much. I think the only difference I would say is probably closer to town. We have less max than we do further from town. Just because, well, it's okay, boy. It's a truck. It's okay. It's probably a UPS truck. I know you don't like them. And you prefer FedEx, even though I don't like FedEx because they break everything. But FedEx is the one that delivers your Chewy boxes. So you like those. UPS, no, you don't like that big brown truck. It's okay. You'll survive though. So I think closer to town is just less, just from like the realism standpoint. Creatures are scared of people and noise, so they're just not as many closer to town. And they'll be a little bit easier because the scarier stuff is further away. It's picked over, we could say. It's like that it just doesn't exist there anymore. The other thing would be, do we increase the max by tier, or do we keep the same maxes regardless of how far you are from town? I feel like maybe they go up a little bit. That way, as you get to the higher tiers, it's not just harder mobs, but you also have more variety. So even if you are closer to town. So let's just throw some numbers. I'm just trying to think. We haven't. And the reason why we're making this into a configurable table is because this is gonna get tweaked as we go. There's no way that the first try that we start actually, okay, we got all the systems in place, go, does it work well? It's gonna be totally balanced incorrectly. So let's see. Let's keep it in multiples of 5, just so my brain is happy. Because that could mean 5, 10, 15, 20. Do we really want 20? And then at like tier 4, that might become 30. That doesn't feel right for my OCD to drive those numbers. So let's do this differently. Let's say it's a minimum of 5, and then each tier higher you get one more right next to town. So you get some buff for that. You get a little further from town. Let's go with, to increase it by, if we do a 3, 3, 4 maybe, so it'd be 8, 11, 15. What about, let's see what that looks like. So if we did that as you're further from town, if we increase each one of those by 1, that means the 4 is 18. But is it just by 1, or do we go by more? Do we want to end here with 20? If you're far from town and you got a tier 4, you get 20 things. If you're far from town, you get tier 1, you get 15. So what is this? 18 and then 16 maybe? So these ones could just be 1 higher. Well, that wouldn't work though. No, 12. I can't read. So we get that. This one's 3 higher. But it's just 1 higher than that. So if we did 8, or not 8, 9 plus 1 is 8. 13. That doesn't scale right. Maybe this is 11, 15, 18. Something like that. And then this guy, $13. That's 5, 17. This feels like too big of a jump. 5 to 8, 9 to 6 to 9, 7 to 11 is 4, 8 to 13 is 5. Maybe this is 8 to 12, and then this is 16. So it's 4 in between each. And we do that. So then 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 11, 12. A weird 2 skipper there. It seems like this needs to be 13. Because it was 7 to 11. Or 9 to 11 to 13. It's a 2 jump each. A 1 and then 2 and 2. And then 11 to 12 to 15 to 16. And this needs to go to 14. And then 15, 16, 18, 20. I think that works. Something like that. So then, if it's buffed, I think we think tier 1 doesn't buff it as much as it does in same idea. So maybe it's +2 on all of these. 3, 4, 5, and we can max it out at 25. 2, 3, 4, 5. So that +2. Shut up. 2. Just see if that is, just to go in the first 2 here. So 7, 10, 13, 17, 9, 12, 15, 19. Yeah, I think that'll work. So +3. Nope. +4. Well, that didn't get there. So 2, 3. Wait, am I dumb? 2, 3. I did it wrong. I could do this even better. Hang on, I got an idea. Equals this plus 1. Boom. So these are all +2s. These are all +3s. Oops. 4s and 5s. Okay. So then the percentage adjustment that we're going to give for higher level stuff. Let's think about the scaling on that one, because we kind of talked about doing, if it already had at least a 50% chance of spawning, it starts scaling down. It stops adding as much, so it doesn't overscale things. So maybe it's, let's say we put an extra 20% on there for tier 2. Maybe it's 10% per tier? Because you don't want to add 40% to 75%, for example, because then that doesn't make any sense. So I think maybe between, let's say it is plus time, the tier times 10% is what we add. So that is this, hi boy, times 10%. So that's what we're doing. Well, we could go times, we think if we did, oh no, then we'll do plus this divided by 5, an extra parenthesis here, times 1%. I don't like how it actually lets me to the, I'd rather not do that. But so now if I take this, they'll scale up a little bit the further we are from town. Yeah, an extra percentage on each. There you go. We could go 2%, I think. We did 2% for each range further. There we go. A little more buff. So say our max is 46, although I hate that. And there's no way for me to get the math to make it 50 with the formula. But anyway, it's close enough. What are you doing, Alf? You came up and sat with me, and then you're leaving me. You're so rude. So let's do the extreme, because this is really where it can't. We don't want it to scale above 100. So if we say once you get to either 50%, I'm trying to think. Hi. Basically, I only want to do half this, at most half this, once you get above a certain point, right? By the time between, let's say it's between 50, let's say between 50 and 75%, because this divided by 2 is 23. So that makes it so we never go over 100. So if the scaling is, let's put some scaling in here. Wait. 5, 15. You're going to be, where's your co-pilotness here? Equals that plus 0.05. And then we should be able to do this. All right. Almost there. 75. Heck, we'll just go all the way to 100. So 100% chance. So in here, so between 50 and 75, it starts tapering. So from 0 up to 50%, the full magnitude of this thing happens. Now, is that acceptable? Like, if we had something that was a 50% chance, now it becomes a 96% weight. Is that acceptable? Is the question. Do we buff it that much? I feel like the answer is probably no. We might need to start earlier. Maybe 25% chance it starts tapering off. So you get the full magnitude of it here. Just trying to think, like, if you said you're going to add 46% from 0 to 25%, but then it's going to taper down. At what point does this 25 plus 46, so what is that, 71%? At what point do these other ones just never get bigger than that? And are you just basically making it impossible for other things to spawn? So you'd only want to scale it maybe up to 70%. So between 25 and 70% is all that scales. So how many is that? That is, because I know, not 25, we'll say 30. 30 to 70, that's 9. About 5% reduction per 5% in essence. So we're going to say this equals that plus this. Through that. Oh, it moved the darn, what cell I'm basing it off of. No. You stay there. And it should be smarter when we do the next one. So 71%, it'll pop that up to. Does it just cap everything here up? So if it's 46, let's say this one now is that plus 41%. So that's sitting at 71. This equals that plus, I mean, it's going to sit at 71. 0.36. Yeah, so it's always going to be 71. And then once we get to 70, it will continue to go up. So we don't boost these anymore. We just boost everything under 71%. Now, how can we mathematically do that so that... do I like that? Do I like the fact that now everything between 25 and 70% is 71%? Do I like that? Is that too much of a boost? Almost feel like that's too much. That's making the stuff that was at 5% chance have a 51% chance to spawn. Maybe we cut all that in half. So if we cut all these in half, well, let's do that. Mm-hmm. Now we're down to 26%. It's probably a more reasonable boost. And all of these now are so this then becomes, this isn't what we're going to do, but let's say that's 21 and this is 16. Let's say, so it stays at 51% now. So basically what that does, did I keep my number? It did. This is now 11. Oh, come on, enter key. This one is 6%. Oh, 1%. And then this is just as is. And then we're at 55. So basically everything below 51% gets buffed. What's the math for that? And that's the max too. So if we're at 5%, what happens? It buffs the 5% to 10%. And then 10% just stays 10%. Is that what we do? And everything else above that stays the same, or does everything get a 5% buff? You gotta look at both extremes. Like this is a oh. Um, hmm. I don't know that I like that. I'm trying to think what I would like though. I don't know. It has to be some sort of formula. I don't want to sit here and have to hard code anything. I have to have some formula to do this based off of this table. Um, do we say 100% minus this percent? So from 74% and down. Well, 100% minus 2 times that percent, let's say. Come here. Come sit, boy. Don't be a butthead. Come on. Come on. You're rude, Alf. You know you're rude. You know you're rude. Come here. Come here. You're such a rude dog. So 100% down to 76%, we don't add anything. And then from 76% down to, or to 74% down to 48% is half that buffed, maybe? And everything below that is full buffed that amount? I think that's going to overlap though. Like as soon as you go from 48 to 47, so 47 gets buffed to what is that? 53, 60, 73. but 48 gets buffed to 61. That feels weird. That's a weird. Now your 47 is higher than your 48 chance. You don't want to do that. What? Weird dog owl. I don't like any of this math. I just don't like what we did here because this just feels like. I guess this isn't horrible, right? I mean, it's just saying that there's a bunch now that is 51%, and then it goes up from there. So they're already higher than that. And it's not horrible. It's just that, like, when you get down to the low extreme of 5%, it basically, the math works that this becomes 10%, and then everything that's 10% or above doesn't get touched. And that doesn't feel like a good buff. So I feel like it needs to go the other way around somehow, but then you start getting into this weird lower percentage chance things have higher percentages than higher percentage chance thing. That doesn't make sense. There's a math for this. And what we did here, maths, it's just it doesn't work at the lower levels of buff. This feels okay here. The only thing I can think of is we have to set like a. It has to be. It has to be tapered, otherwise it doesn't. You start over going higher than percentages than like 50% on 51% on the 50% thing that now spawns a 51% chance is a higher percentage than a 50.5% chance, and that's weird. I don't want to just buff everything 26% because then these go over 100. I mean, we could, I guess, technically, and just do a flat out everything is 26% higher, but then and cap it at 100. So then everything that is 74% or higher has 100% possibility of being picked. Doesn't basically it happens. You get those. The problem with that then is now all this lower stuff just has less of a chance of being in that pool because you've used up everything that's at the higher used up a bunch of spots by the things that are now 100%. So I don't like that. I don't think we'll have anything at 100% chance of spawn, so I want to avoid getting into that scenario. Let's see. Maybe it only buffs stuff that is less than 50% and only buffs it up to 50%. So if in this case, what we did here is a little off, like this would only then be, instead of the full 26%, this would just be 25% to cap it at 50. So that your lowest 50% chance of mobs get a buff. So maybe that's how we define the spawn adjustment, is your lower 50% of chance of mobs gets buffed to a max of 50%. So at the higher levels, it makes a lot more. So like this one gets buffed 20, this one gets buffed 15, 10, 5. This one just doesn't get buffed at all. Now these are all just their thing, right? So at the 26% mark, a 5% chance thing goes to 31, but a 24.999% chance goes to 49.99999% chance. Still doesn't get quite to 50 because it maxes at 26. But then a 25% goes to 50, and everything between 25 and 50 just goes to 50. And we could even do it even lower than that. Well, yeah, we could say everything below 25% gets the buff. But I don't know how meaningful that'll feel. I mean, these are definitely much higher than 25%, for example. It's 31% now. It's basically the question now that we're doing it this way is how high up do we say we buff for, and what is the limit? So whatever we say we're going to stop at, if we say stop at 35%, then this has to max at 35% for everything below it. We don't want to overlap. We don't want to make something that's 30% become 40%, but the 35% stays 35%. That doesn't make sense. So I think that's what we have to do, but we just figure out what is that threshold that we want to stop at giving the buff. Because you make things that are too common buff up, then they become more common. And the thing is, I don't know what that is right now. Like this is a formula that we have to kind of play with. So 5 plus 26 is 31. So we really couldn't go any lower than 35%. Otherwise, nothing ever gets the full buff. And we can go to 31, right? But keeping it in the fives. Can't really go lower than 35%. But then basically everything here is 31, and then it's 35, and it's 35 all the way up to here. So it really only buffs these bottom, buffs them all, but not as much. But as you go down, so let's say we're in our 10% one here, then this goes to 15. So this goes to 15. This goes to 20, 25, 30, 35. And then we stay at 35 to that. And then we're just this number down. So then it goes up to 40. So we buff these guys up a little bit. So this is a 30. So if we did the 20, let's do the 26 equivalent here. 31, 35, and then it's 35, entire way down to here. So the difference between the tier 2 right next to town buff and the tier 4 as far from town as you can get is 5, 10, 15, 20, or no, not even that. Yeah, 5, 10, 15, 16% on the lowest, and a little bit in here. It just doesn't feel like a meaningful difference between the tiers. I feel like we need to go up higher than this, higher than 35. Maybe it is 50, and these numbers are okay. So at 50 then, this would go to 40, 45, 50, and then stay at 50 for a couple more. Get rid of this. And then we're here. So then, let me just say this is 26 and this is 10. Bold, italic, make them obviously different. Okay. So now that feels like a meaningful buff between those tiers. From 15 to 31, 20 to 36, and it's still a buff all the way up to what was 40% is 50% in both now. But 35 is higher. Yeah, that feels more meaningful for the higher buffs. Okay, so that's going to be our math. Our math is going to be add the percentage without going over 50% to all of the things, to all the spawn weights. Alf settle. And that works. So the 5% one is kind of crummy, but hey, it is what it is. It basically makes everything 5% higher up to 45%. So not terrible, but it's not as good. Okay. We'll start there. So the rule is, let me write the rule down in here so I don't forget it. Add the spawn adjustment, percent adjustment to the spawn weights without going over 50%. So that's what we're going to do. Just drop my mouse. I think that works. That's our math. Okay. That only took an hour. That's fine. Man, I get to mob stuff as much as I was going to do. That's fine. I'm working on it offline. All right, so loose loot max. This is another one that we really haven't even thought about. Like, how much loot do we want just lying on the ground in every sub-land block? So half of me is thinking. So that is so one thing. I think we did this, or did we say to do this anywhere? I think it might already be on there. So if we look at our loot tables, databases, no. Our loot tables that we came up with. So, yeah. So loot tables, loot definitions are just definitions, right? And the table just says, we don't have any data in this yet, so that was probably silly to make it look like that, but we'll go to this view. For a particular terrain type in a particular tier, it's interesting that we have settlement distance min-max on this. Do we still need that? We're always going to know what subland block we're in, which means we're always going to know our distance to a settlement up to 25. I don't know if we need those anymore. We'll just base it off of tiers. That I can argue a use for it, right? I could say, well, it has to be in tier 4, and that tier 4 has to be at least 20 away. But now that just completely blurs the tier lines, and adds a layer of complexity that really isn't necessary. If I want a loot table to be available at multiple distance, well, thing is, every tier could be different distances from town. So this would basically make it so that, yeah, you might have a tier 4 thing right next to town, but you got to be further in tier 4 to get this loot. And then that goes back and defeats the you can get something really good anywhere, potentially, if it rolls, right? It forces that loot away, and I don't like that. So I think those just need to come off. I think we just base it off of the tier of the subland block you're in. That's going to determine what loot tables are available for that terrain type or that mob type, whatever it is. These ones, these are technically not null or are nullable. Sorry, said that backwards. So we could. Is there a world where tier is not nullable, but mob type and terrain type are, because this could be a mob loot table, or this could be a terrain type loot table, and based off of the tier. Would we ever set the settlement distance? I don't know that we would, because the tier. Yeah, I don't think we use those. I think terrain type, mob type have to stay because it determines what kind of type of loot table it is. So if we're killing mob type 1, we don't care about the terrain type. We just care that we're killing mob type 1. So we look for mob type ID, whatever, in here for that its loot table. I'm seeing these Boolean values on here, and I'm wondering why I need those. Alf, it's just a guy cutting his grass. You're going to be okay, I promise. I know you, Alf. My ears are becoming more sensitive, just like yours. I hear everything you hear. I know when you're going to react to something before you even react. Yeah. Well, if you just sit on the air conditioning vent and have the cold air blow on your belly. Weirdo. So I'm looking at the booleans, and where I'm going with this is like is chest loot, is loose loot, is mob drop, is equipped by mobs. I think the is loose versus is chest makes sense, because it can be for a terrain type, and depending on whether we're looking for chest or loose loot, we'll determine which one of those we pick. You're going to have 2 entries in there for tier 1 grass. One is marked for chest loot, one is marked for loose loot, right? So you have those settings. Is mob drop? If you have a mob type ID, that should be determining if it is mob drop. That's that Boolean value. If mob type is not set, then it's not mob drop. Is equipable by mobs. On our mob types, what do we have? We have an equipment thing where we will define the equipment. Alf, that's enough. Or do we? Or do we just take this out entirely? Alf, chill. I know you're about to bark. I know you are, Alf. You're getting antsy. I can tell it. The way you walk. You're stiff. Because the idea for the equipment was to list what kind of equipment that mob could have. But that was the point of the loot table, to say, for this mob type, this is the loot table to use for what's equipable. And the tier being defined determines which tier of mob you're on. So that would determine, it could be 0 for the boss mobs, it could be 1. But the other way I could go about it is just have a loot definition. I don't know, do we have an ID, is, I know those are not null. Foreign keys, nothing there. Loot tables, foreign keys. So it has to have a loot definition. There's nothing saying there can be a loot definition that doesn't get used by a loot table. So we could have a loot definition. Maybe that's what we do to keep this kind of consistent in here. And then in here, we can just drop is equipable by mobs and is mob drop. And then the only two booleans left after that are, if it's a terrain type, these chest versus loose determine which one to pick. If it's a mob type, it has to have that mob type on there. It has to be in that tier, and it is mob drop at that point. And then the definition is only used in the mob types equipment. So we can say tier 1, use this loot definition. Tier 2, use this loot. And that keeps this table smaller too. Not that this table is huge, because this is just a definition table, but it reduces how much data has to get pulled. Because that was the whole point of that equipment column, was to determine what equipment they had on them. I don't think we had any other things that we were thinking about for that. Let's see. Closed mobs. Defensive versus offensive. It's a weapon, it's offensive. If it's armor, it's defensive. If it's a shield, it's defensive. That seems unnecessary. This was also early on. Like, this was closed in May, opened in May, and we've completely changed things since then. So this isn't always accurate anymore. It was the original acceptance criteria. It is no longer valid. Because this isn't even just one mob type anymore. This is every tier of mob type. It's totally different. It's just a different ball of wax. Okay. So let's add that in here as what we're going to change to. On mob types, the equipment column will be a loot definition GUID for each tier that is defined. That definition will include offensive and defensive items. Because of this, we can simplify our loot table. Or loot tables table. We don't need is equipable by mobs. whippable by mobs, as we will just pull the appropriate loot definition ID. We can also remove the, was it, is mob drop? Is Bob drop? No, we're not dropping Bob. Is mob drop flag on the loot tables table, because mob type ID is nullable, and if it is set, it means it is for a mob drop. If it is not, then it is for a terrain type. The other two flags, chest and loose loot, remain as they're used for both. No, they're not used for both mob drops and trains. This is Copilot being dumb. Are only relevant. I didn't spell that right, did I? It's ANT. Yeah. Are only relevant if terrain type is set. Wait, hang on. The other two flags, chest and loose loot, are only relevant if terrain type is set. So we can remove those as well. What? Sometimes AI is just so dumb. Context here. So then we'll get rid of is mob drop. We'll get rid of is equipable by mobs. For a terrain type of the appropriate tier. Let's also remove the settlement distance min-max columns, as the tiers are going to be the only driving force for what loot table to use. Tiers are used. Distance is already used in determining the chances of the different tiers for a sub-land block. Okay. So that gets rid of this guy, and these two. These two both remain nullable because only one or the other is going to be set. I don't know if there's a way to put a constraint like that. Is there? Is that a thing? To have a constraint that says one or the other has to be set? And is that true for this? Let me think about that for a second. It has to be true, yeah, because the only reason we're going to look up these loot tables is if it's a mob type or it's a terrain type, and we're going to look at that tier. And there are going to be multiple loot tables, right? You could have this. These aren't going to be unique. These three combinations are not going to be unique, because you could have different loot tables with different weights. That's why the weight's here. You could have, by default, it's going to be this happens every time, but we could have multiple tables that here's some normal loot, here's some decent, much better loot, and here's some really cool loot. And there's a chance you get that really cool. And I think that's going to exist. Like, the loot definition is just going to be a bunch of items, and then we're going to pick one out of it, right? Or however many we want out of it. But the tier that you get into will depend on how good of loot will depend on the roll on that. So But I think that works. I don't really care. I don't think we need to enforce that one of the others is set. If it's not set, it just never gets picked because it never gets picked. Whatever, it's fine. We will find that and correct that if that becomes a thing. Gives us a way to put placeholders in there too. Like we can have some loot tables and take them in and out of service easily that way without just deleting the table entirely. So, okay. All right. So, how did we get there? Loose loot max. All right. So, oh boy. So now we need to figure out how many bits of loose loot do we think is reasonable. I mean, this is basically, so the loose loot part, there's a chance of chests, right? Like chests are just the generic term we're using here, but it's a container, right? It could be an actual chest. It could be a tree stump covered in branches. It could be whatever, like whatever it wants to be, a bag. It doesn't matter. But there's a containerized loot. And the reason they're slightly different is because you could have, and in theory, not in theory, but in reality, both of these could be true, right? This loot table could be both for chest and loose loot, right? Doesn't matter. But there's also the opportunity for us to say, if it's in a container, it might be more well preserved, right? Like our loot definitions are going to have durability settings in them. So we could say, well, if it's in a container, instead of it being this rusty sword that's been sitting out in the elements, I'm saying sword, of course, but a sword sitting out in the elements for the last 200,000 years, rusty as hell, and durability of 15 out of 100. But then you have this sword that was inside of this box or this big storage crate that fell off of something, right? But it's been protected from the elements for that same amount of time. Maybe the crate is all janky, but the sword now has a durability of 90 out of 100 because it's not as rusty, right? So you can have different types of loot depending on where it is. That's the idea there. So loose loot is just stuff that's just sitting on the ground, right? On the ground in the environment somewhere. I think we'll have some stuff built in, and again, it might be another table that we make for ways loot can be described as sitting somewhere. I'm not even sure I need to go that far. How much flavor of like that do we need? Because it could just be when you get there, you see what the kind of train you're in, and then you just have this list on the side that lists out what mobs you have and what loot is around and the distance to that loot, or maybe the difficulty of finding that loot. There'll be more configuration tables, I feel, coming down the line, especially for those kind of things, to be able to say, okay, well, if you're in this terrain, it might just be adding more stuff to the terrain type table too, like your range for difficulty of finding, assessing loose loot. So when we generate loose loot, it generates we can go D&D route here, perception level required, right? Like that's not what we're not going to have perception level. Well, we might have, it might tie to like your exploration skill or pathfinding skill or something like that, required to see this thing. You're not just going to be able to plop into this spot and go, I see everything. There's not going to be the magic eye thing they put in games where you hit a button and it goes, whoa, and it just scans everything and shows you where all is. That's not going to exist. There's going to be requirements to see everything. So there'll be more, but this is determining how many things that aren't in a container are going to be somewhere in this subland block. And I don't want it to feel like a junkyard either. Like I think there's going to be times where you're going to have 0. Do you want 10 different things? Probably not. That feels like that's a lot. I think chest max is mostly going to be 1, except for maybe the higher tiers could maybe have 2. So 0 or 1. There's 50-50 chance of having one, basically. Loose loot. It might even be the same. Like, maybe a couple higher. Maybe it's 2 to 3 rather than 1 to 2 max. And we can play with it too. Depends on how much 0 rolls. Like, if it's constantly rolling stuff, we'll have to bump it down. But so let's say for loose loot, it's 2 everywhere except here. Maybe not. Maybe some of these higher level bits here. So like the higher tiers of 3, and then that one from 2. So kind of filtered in there a little bit, and maybe even closest to town is not even 2. It's 1 because you're close to town. And hey, stop, Alf. Come here. Uh. Alf. Quit talking. Rah, rah, rah. Come here. Come here. Come, Alf. You're safe. I promise. Numbskull. And if it's buffed, +1? I mean, is it really that simple, +1? Or do we jack it up more? Maybe it's not even, maybe it's not anything. Maybe it's just the loot is influenced in some cases. So the lower level ones, it doesn't buff much. Ah, doggy. Don't kill me one of these days. We'll do that, maybe. And then we get to tier 3, it's +1 everywhere. Oh, 3, 4, 4. Like that. Not always +1 on the lower tiers, but it is on the higher tiers. And then chests, I think tier 1, I just don't think close to town you have a chance. That's 1. Unless you're in tier 4, and then furthest down you have a chance of 2, maybe. Something like that. Just making crap up at this point. Buffing it, it doesn't change a ton, I don't think. Especially not the lower levels. Look at that. Just kind of keeping stuff not too crazy right by town. Boy, why are you so rude, huh? Why are you such a rude dog? Oh, you're gonna push, huh? You're gonna push? Are you giving me no space on the couch? Is that what we're doing here? Is that what we're doing here? Weirdo. Okay, so resources. And that's something we really haven't done much with, and I don't even know. I don't even think we have tables to handle resource types. Because I think the idea on those was obviously, oh my God, Jesus, hi. You trying to say hello? You like the smell of that mic? All right. I think we were just putting. I mean, when you spawn or when you gather resources, it just becomes an item, right? A stack of items or whatever it is, right? Let's see here. This is items. Yeah, containers and items. There's just a bunch of items in there. One thing I just realized was I don't know that we put it in here, or maybe we did and I just forgot. Nope. Was quantity. If you have we do not want to have, well, you have one piece of ore and you fill up your entire bag with one piece of ore stacked. No, we're stacking crap, baby. We ain't doing that. So we need a quantity in items. This is like a mishmash of fixing stuff as we're coming through mob spawning. Side related to spawning things, we need to add a quantity column to the items table to be able to stack resources and stackable items. That'll be a property on thing. I need to get that in there too. So many little things that didn't think of initially. Didn't Not unexpected though. All right, so then resources. Because I still don't even know how we're defining them. One of the ways I thought we could potentially do is based off of the skills, because the skills we're going to have your understanding of the different resource types. It will increase over time as you gather it or use it in crafting or whatever more. But I still need to be able to. I mean, that's going to be a loot definition. But where does I guess the different types of resources. So let's see here. We have base skills, and we have sub skills. We're going to be we don't want to be querying constantly sub skills for give me all the different types of ore we have, or give me all the different types of plants that they can gather, or whatever that is. I feel like we're going to have something that defines our resources and what skill they tie to. I'm just trying to think what other stuff would be on that table. Like, what other stuff would we configure on resources, like weights, or because we have weight on items, right? I mean, it's just gonna be a property of it as weight. I think. I think that was how it was determined. Let's see. Do 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 do. We have durability. Or were we not doing weight? Did we determine not to do weight because that makes things harder? I forget now. Maybe we just said we weren't going to do anything with weight. We're just going to have we weren't going to do size in inventory like ARPGs do these days with Diablo and Path of Exile and all that stuff. It's Diablo's fixed size, but Path of Exile is the different sized items for bigger versus smaller items. I think we decided we weren't going to do that, if I remember correctly. Burden, not entire solution, just this document. Thank you. No. Wait. Nothing. Item. Yep, are not factors. That's our death penalty thing. And I guess we could also look for inventory. That's the only spot we mentioned inventory. Do. Pretty sure we decided against it. I just don't remember 100% now. And we're getting outside the docks. Burden. It's the burden for players hosting the server. Inventory. We don't have a column for it. And if we had a burden thing, we would have created a column for it, because that's not something we were going to want to sum up our the burden for constantly. That's silly. If we look at character, maybe character. We have our health and stuff on there. Well, we took some of these off actually. um, well, and I'm looking at this right here. Carried slots, count limited, not physical shape limited. Burden limit can change with skills and enhancements. So we did say burden, but I have nowhere on your character that tells me what your current burden is without going to calculate it every time. And that's terrible. So do we have a burden limit, or do we have a character count limit or an item count limit? Because if we add burden, then there has to be a reason. There has to be some penalty for having burden, being overburdened, right? Um, hmm. I don't like it at all. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know that we want a burden. And you'd also want to put that as kind of a top tier stat like quality and durability. Those are going to change. I wonder if we wrote that and then later decided, no, we're not going to do that because I don't. ID max item count. Yep, that makes sense to be there. I think we say F burden. Okay, so if we get rid of burden, how did we get on this topic? First off, that's the first question. How did I get here? Where am I? How did we get here? What were we typing? Quantity column. Were we talking about what we would define in resources? So, like, we'd define the skill that it's related, or the sub skill ID that's related to, the item, or just the name of it, right? You'd have to have some visualization options, which I think we need anyway. The only other option, which I don't like, I don't love, is we make it another loot definition that defines the items and the types. But I hate going into a loot definition to figure out what resources to put into a subland block. I feel like that doesn't feel right. That's like shoehorning some weirdness in there when there's zero reason to do that. Because we have definitions for blueprints and channels and space skills. Yeah, I think we need like a resources definition. And what that also does is on this thing, we defined these as JSON columns to list out every single resource and what their weights are in that particular situation, right? But going back to what we did with loot, the weights are going to be the same for every tier. It's just going to be the amounts that you see change depending on how far you are from town. So it's not that you can't find it, it's just you find less of it, just like with all the other stuff that we've defined so far. But those then could move into that table that defines the resources. We'd have the resource, and then we'd have terrain weights, right? So inside, I don't like that. Problem with that then is we are actually querying JSON every time we generate resources to figure out, okay, I am in trees. What resources am I allowed to spawn here? We might have to do a similar thing that we do with what is it? The weights. We have a join that does something. I'm thinking of it, but I'm not thinking of it properly. Where is it at? Is it in the world? Buildings, generation, grass, land blocks, and these are all the definitions of things. I thought there was something that we had that joined the. What am I thinking of? Mob types and mob spawn weights. That's what it is. So we have our mob type definitions, but then we have a separate table that says, okay, for this mob type and this terrain type at this tier, this is its spawn chance percentage, right? There's a speed factor in there too, but I'm not even sure we're going to use that, to be honest. I was thinking about that, and I don't really know that that matters. I feel like that's another complexity that we put in there that really doesn't make sense now that we're kind of working through it. So on here, movement modifier for this mob. That's just. Why? Why did we put that there? We must have had a reason, right? I just don't know what that reason would have been. Because mobs aren't moving. And we're not going to spawn, like we talked about, we're not going to spawn an ice elemental in the desert. Like in that case, I could see there being a movement modifier that reduces it, but that's just not going to happen. Like we're not going to let that happen. So this feels like an unnecessary complication. We might have that. We might remove that too. Let's just get that out of there and make things simpler. The speed factor on the mob type. What's it called? Or the mob small weights. Over complicate-tween? Won't be spawning mobs in places that would reduce their speed, and speed really isn't a factor in combat. So yeah, we'll get rid of that too. Okay, so then what we're saying is for resources, I think we do a similar setup as we do for mob types. Is we'll have resource types and then resource spawn weights, and it'll be similar to this. No speed factor again, literally the same table, but resources. Resource types, though, we would have our ID. I think something similar to this, to be fair. I don't know that archetype name is really fitting, but we might, again, going with just, I don't know, I have not named any of the resources that we're going to have yet, but let's just say that iron was one of them. You might have iron, but your tier 1 is just called iron, or maybe it's a crumbling iron node, right? Crumbling iron, and then just iron, and then different adjectives on it. So same idea we were doing with mob types is having different adjectives on that archetype name. So maybe it's almost exactly the same. It doesn't have a stat block, doesn't have equipment, doesn't have a respawn. It does have a respawn timer. Like we don't want you to be able to mine stuff indefinitely. It instantly respawns. No, it needs to have a respawn timer. It won't be aggressive, I promise. It won't be skinnable or mineable or harvestable. It's just going to be a resource that's tied to so it'll have a sub skill ID on it. to determine what skills required, right? And maybe there is a tiered skill requirement. Maybe that's something we put in there. So archetype, descriptions, names, visual representation. So I think everything. So this block, and these four Booleans, no. And then we'll have another one that is, maybe it's properties. And one of those properties is skill level or something. Skill level required. So, okay. We got to add that. Since we are defining, what did we decide? Did we decide to call this table? New table in the definition database called tiers. There we go. And then what that's going to replace is these weights. These are going to go away. So these won't be there anymore. So on mob types, our weights are here. If they are different on, so what we do is we do this, the Limen mob spawn adjustment. We do the same thing here. So Limen resource spawn adjustment. So the same idea. And what should just spawn weights of the resource types when influenced by Limen, not JSON-B, just that. And this goes away. So then we take this guy in here, kill this column, and replace that with that. There. And now we don't have any JSON in here anymore. Beautiful. Much easier to cache this table now. Okay, so now we need to duplicate our mob types. Finding the tiers, and we need resource definitions somewhere rather than in the JSON-B columns on the tiers that are hard to query. We'll mimic what we did for mob types. Tips types. So we need a resource types table. Home resource types table. There we go. So ID, archetype name, description, so we can give flavor. JSON-B. Having some flavor is good. We don't want it to be boring as hell. Visual representation, names, JSON-B. That's these guys. We've got the archetype, the ID, respawn timer, not loot definition. Nope. Go blow up your smoke. Respawn timer. Respawn timer seconds. And then we said we wanted to have a properties This would contain skill level requirement per tier, etc. And then we also need the what do we call them? Sub skill IDs. Let me just look. So here, did we put sub skills anywhere else in here yet? I don't remember if we have. Oh, I know where blueprints, I think, have them. Yeah, base skill ID and sub skill ID. So base skill ID and sub skill ID. Okay. I think that's all we need on that. And then we need a second table that is like the spawn weight, the resource spawn weights. It's starting to figure me out. ID, resource type ID, terrain type ID, tier, spawn, chance. Oh my God, Alf. Percentage. He's going to need to go pee here in a minute. Did we say anything else? I think that was it. We don't need speed factor. We're getting rid of that anyway. Because these have to be fast lookups. These don't. I don't want these to be big JSON B blocks we have to parse constantly. That's not efficient, especially when we're going to be doing this more frequently now. Originally it was going to be once per generation of his land block, but now it's going to be every time a character goes into a new subland block they haven't seen in their 3x3 radius of blocks. So, okay. We've added a lot that we have not coded yet, but that's okay. We're working through it. I'm happy. Progress. We're bringing the world to life. And we're 2 hours into stream. So, with that said, let me take a quick break. Let this boy pee and get his greenies. He heard that. And he's like, "Yep, I'm coming back, Dad. Hi." And we grab a drink as well, and we will be right back. So, see you momentarily. All right. He is back. Okay. Empty bladder. Happy puppy. We're good. So we left with, we got our definitions of that. So now we just have to come up with our numbers. And again, we're going to guess here because I don't even know. I don't know what's going to make sense. I kind of feel like you shouldn't always find resources. So they might be similar to chests, to be fair. These chests might even be too high. Now that I'm looking at them, because that means they can spawn all the time. I'm gonna drop these down. Actually, before I do that, let me do this. This might be our resource numbers. But I think our chest numbers are going to be lower. It just feels too high. And I don't want it to be that high. I need this view, freeze panes, boom. What did you freeze? What the hell? Unfreeze panes. Is I got to put it here? Is that where it wants it to be? Yeah, there we go. Who knows? Either had to click this one or this one to get the freeze. All right, so now when I scroll to the right, I'll still know what tier I'm in. Okay. So this is all tier 1. At the top, you can get 1. Tier 2. I don't think that goes to 2 there. Tier 3. Yeah, I think there's just too much close to town. I don't like it. There's a chance. Like if you get close to town tier 4, sure, you can have one maybe. But I don't think we ever give 3. Like that's the most you get. Tier 4 buffed furthest from town, you might get 2. I think we do that. I think it's a little less frequent. I feel like it's going to be too much before. Resources, on the other hand, I think this isn't horrible. And maybe buff them a little bit. Maybe there's always a chance for 1, but then it goes up. So like maybe 1 here. This stays 1, but then it goes up to 2 when it's buffed there. 1, 1. This can become 2 and 2, so it's a little more buffed. That can stay 2, and it doesn't really buff above 2. And then this guy, yeah, I think that works. A little more chance of resources now. And chests are much more reduced. That's probably better. And it may still be too high. We may have to adjust it even more. But I think that gets us a decent starting point. So the same thing is going to apply here, I think. Add the spawn percent adjustment to the spawn weights. Oh, it works. It doesn't say mob in there. What am I thinking? All right, so is it the same buff, maybe? Is it more? Is it less? We could go more since we're not going over 50. So we could buff more up to 50%. It could do like 10% higher than this. So your rare stuff happens more. Maybe we do that. Let's just start with that. This plus 0.1. There we go. It's a starting point. May not stay there, but it starts there. Okay. So we filled out the first thing we wanted to do today in 2 hours, but we made a lot of notes for other things we got to change, so that's good. I think it's cleaning it up. I mean, we had looking at something a second time after a while, when you go back and think about it, you usually find things to change. So I'm not too shocked at this. But it's going to be better. It's going to be better for querying to figure out what we're going to use. It's going to better definitions of things. We had to define resources. I don't know how we get around defining resource types and what skills they apply to. It wasn't just going to be an item. The loot definitions didn't make sense for that. So, yeah, I think that's going to clean it up a lot. Now to do the grunt work. I don't necessarily want to give it all of this at once because I think that's going to be context overload for Claude to have any chance of getting this right. What is this? Why do I have a breakpoint here? Oh, I deleted a line. Okay. Looks like a breakpoint item. I was like, why is there a breakpoint in the markdown file? So what do we want to give it first? Probably these two. Because these are both sub-land block related, right? I mean, this is totally independent of, but it's but then this starts getting into other random context. Not completely random, but slightly random in that we are cleaning things up. And then this is its whole thing. So I think we do resources independently. We can do these weird oddball things. Maybe we do this first. We'll start with these, and then we'll do the resource setup, and then we'll do these because then it'll all make sense. Let's go with that. So we've written out exactly what we want to do. We aren't just letting Claude go wild. No, you didn't want to copy that? Copy, paste. There we go. I don't like just letting AI go wild. Oh, and then we need to give it this. So how do I give it this? Probably save this out into a separate CSV because it's going to get utterly confused by, I mean, it can read spreadsheets, but it's faster and less tokens to not have it read. What is going on? Copy. Paste. Like my copy doesn't want to work. /T becomes a comma. Place all. There we go. And we can even show this just so that it, where is it? Here. CSV lint. Why is it all blue? There should be different colors for different different columns. What the hell? Okay. It clearly doesn't like it, but it is a CSV. I swear it is. There's text and there's a comma, and there's text and there's a comma. And there's a number and a comma, a number and a comma. Okay. It might actually be this guy here. So actually, let's do this. Let's just look. Plugins. I'm just curious why it thinks it's weird. Unable to detect column separator. What do you mean? It's a comma. CSV stands for comma. Can I set it? Detect columns. You detected it just fine. Decimal symbol. See, it knows about the columns. There we go. We got colors. Look at there. We have colors again. That's what I was waiting for. Turn off word. Oh, that's what I meant to do. Word wrap. And now they're actually lined up. And if I go to, there's a way to look at this in a different way. Where is it? Oh, it's the other thing, CSV query. So now, there we go. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to see was this. So clearly it's got the right numbers. Okay, so now we've got this. Let me save it to somewhere it can get to it. We'll put it in docs. Other files are here. What we'll do is we'll just stick it here temporarily. Well, we can stick it in character export. Initial tier definitions. Copy full file path. All right, tell me you have an update like you do every day, 15 times a day. Come on. Hurry up. I know you do. So I can just go ahead and restart you. You know it's going to do it as soon as I start typing something. All right. Howdy's ass. Alpha's passed out. Hopefully you're having a good evening. Hopefully missing fingertip man is not as much of a burden anymore. Ah, there you go. Telling all your war stories to each other. Okay, so let's put Where's my text here? Values are defined in here. Well, that's good. So he didn't have to have surgery after all. That's good. Or maybe he did, but it's healing. Who knows? But yeah, it'll still be gross, and he'll have a you have an excuse to him not putting his face in your hand, his hand in your face. He's like, ew, get that finger away from me. There you go. You got an excuse now. Also, putting his face in your finger would be weird as well, but that's probably not a normal occurrence. All right. All right. So plan this and see if you got enough context here, buddy. Go. Oh, we found Lottie wanted the sale last night. Test out her computer and everything that's set up, and we came. I don't know. Did she tell you we came across your boat? These errors a typo commas. Yeah, your boat. We came across a sloop that was called Sloppy Sarah. Yep, yep, yep. Well, of course, it's the one that's correct. I don't remember. Did we sink that one? We sank a lot of people last night. Ended with a big bang too. Took out a sloop at Fort of the Damned that decided it was smart to load their chest of fortune and a bunch of kegs on their boat from there as we were approaching them. And yeah, it didn't end well for them. Yeah, no, it was just for a little bit. It wasn't for long. But yeah, she messaged that wanted to get her feet wet again. And I did validate. I did verify that I'm terrible with names. The guy that she's with is not a quadriplegic, and she's not holding him uh, hostage. So I did verify that. Yes, that. There you go. I'm horrible with names. Unless I talk to you for many weeks in a row, I don't remember names. Yeah, I know. It's weird. That's why I had to double check that he wasn't a quadriplegic or something like that. And he had no way of getting away. She like threw his wheelchair out the window or something. Yeah, you never know. Maybe he's just as weird. That's fine. Not always opposite attracts. Sometimes it's likes attracts. A lot most of the time it is. Your personalities usually are pretty similar. Maybe your hobbies differ a little bit, but you typically have to have compatible personalities. I bet you they both show up in their Crocs. Almost guarantee you that's what happens. It'll be a very short meeting Saturday. Lots of words to read. Further on the road. Yep. It's going. So we've got world generating happening fairly decently now. See. Run. I don't know why I'm using one hand, but I am. Paste. Gotta wake up. So we've got decent. I mean, it's still just text and colors at this point, just to visualize it, but it is generating bits of the world. Like this one was had ice buffed on it. This one had water buffed on it. I think we had a mountain or desert. We had a desert in this guy, and then we had mountains in here, different ranges. So it is generating it. It is not. It doesn't look like we have quadrants of random generation anymore. It's got like there's some desert on the edge here because it's bleeding the previous block into that block so that this just doesn't end abruptly in a line. So we got that pretty much working. Is it perfect? No, but it's workable to get us going. So now what we're on is we're in phase 3. So phase 2 is getting this stuff working. Most of this was already done. Like I already prototyped most of this out, but we added some layers on top of it to make it more robust and flexible. So now we're working on our bestiary. So what different we got 64 I think in here that we're going to have different mob types. We came up with some names to name these things. People that know me obviously will know where this alien species name came from, but at least it sounds kind of alien even if you don't know where it came from. But that's our alien species that'll be on the planet. So we're working through our names. We came up with a bunch of names for regions and cities and stuff. And now what we're working through is I come back here. No, I thought that would have been too obvious. We went with Alfir. A little less obvious. At least it's not directly the name of somebody. So, and there's different adjectives like alferic, and it sounds like sulfuric, but it's Alf's name in there. And if you don't know the backstory, Alf, it still makes sense as a name, right? So, want to get him in there somewhere. Um, you and Lottie's real names are in there as NPC names somewhere. So yeah, so Alfir will be our alien species that are on this planet. But we've got all these other guys. We've got what are these 60? That's not all of them. I did not scroll all the way up. That's why we've got another 63 mob types that we narrowed it down to out of from like I think I had like 300 at one point, and then we narrowed it down to 150. Now we're down to 63. So what we're doing now is we're figuring out, okay, how do we populate the world? That is our next step. So we are working through spawning mobs throughout the world as players travel around, defining different tiers of mobs and loot and resources spawning and all that stuff, and how we're going to configure all that. So we're working through that now. So what we're building now is kind of defining our tiers, and then we've got all the mobs loaded. Like we've already got the mob types in here. So there's all the ones that I just showed are in here and exist. We just have to define them better. So all kinds of loot. I mean, loot's going to be all over the place. Loose loot in the areas, in hidden containers or chests or boxes or whatever. Mobs will drop it. All the loot, and then like resources and for crafting and things will exist. So we're defining all that out tonight. We're getting all the tiers defined and how we're going to define resources, and it'll be a thing. So mainly placeholders right now that'll get spawned. We're just going to see if we can get, when I go into one of these little blocks, like if I go into this little tree block here, what mobs and loot and things and resources am I going to find? Like this is not just a tiny little area. Like this is a land block, and a land block is 51 sub land blocks wide, and each sub land block is either like a half a kilometer or a kilometer. So it's big. Like this is huge. But there's going to be infinitely many of these that will generate as people explore the world. So, and it will take time to explore this. It's not like, oh, I'm here. Okay, go to the next one. No, you have to actually move across it. And if you go across the desert, you better have water with you, or you're gonna die. So, because there will be, it's not going to be terribly survivally, but there needs to be a little bit of realism to it, right? So, it will take longer, or you just need to have the right equipment. It'll be obvious. Like when the actual UI exists, the idea is you'll know where you are in this little block, right? And you'll know if I go north, south, east, or west, what you're going to get into and what you need to go there. So you can plan your route and just avoid it if you so choose. But all along the way, every single little subland block here you hit, what we're putting together now is what mobs you could see in the different types of terrain, the different distances from settlements, whatever that is, what mobs, what resources, what loot. There's always a chance in every single land block for you to get something cool. That is the design of the game. So you can step outside of a town and potentially get the best item you've ever seen. There's a chance. May not be a huge chance, but there's a chance. So, but that's the idea. And like I said, this is just text and colors right now. The letter and the color represents the terrain type, and you can see on the left here how they're defined right now. This will become actual graphics. Like I will make graphics that blend and make it look more realistic, rather than it just being literal blocks. So, but yeah, so we're making progress. Got a ways to go though. We are nowhere close to being done. Like this is phase 3. Then we have to start building all of our systems on top of that. All that stuff has to happen. All of the settlement building tools and housing and transportation, all that stuff has to get built. And then I got to have a UI for that all to work under. So there's a good bit left to do. It's going to be a bit. It probably won't be this year, but I might get down to maybe here-ish before phase 5 by the end of the year, and then have some very rudimentary working, moving around and seeing stuff happen, right? But I'm in no rush. Nobody's making this game. Nobody wants to make this game. This isn't a game that a big AAA studio will look at. Yeah, that'll make us millions of dollars. No, it might, but it probably not. It's geared toward people our age and older that like more deep, slower, loot based things that there's consequences for doing things. Kids these days want instant gratification. I want it now, 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 now. But maybe they like that. Yeah, you never know. Somebody asked me what my monetization was for this. I was like, I don't know. I just want to make it first, see if it even works. Then I'll determine if there's a monetization plan for this thing. So, but yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there, making a little progress. We're into the less boring bits now. We're actually making stuff happen. So that'll be cool. Next step will be this tool I'll turn in. I'll have another section where I can actually traverse around this thing, individual blocks, and see lists of mobs that are spawned and resources and loot and all that stuff and test all of that out. So, um, but yeah. So yeah, progress. We will get there. Yeah, heck, I was talking to my parents on Father's Day last month, and my dad was like, "Well, that sounds like something we could play." I was like, "Yeah, I'm making this so it doesn't require reaction times, and you can't get up and go pee whenever you got to get up and go pee, right? You can just let it sit there and do whatever, right?" Um, so, but there's also a glut in the industry right now for things that there's meaningful consequences, and you need to actually work through things and discover things and do things at a pace, and then have meaningful loot come out of it, right? That's there's just none of that in existence. It's all old stuff. Like heck, I've gone back and started playing EverQuest Legends right now because it's a soloable game they made out of that game. So it's just like, well, that's what I want. I want loot, and I want something that I don't have to have reaction time for. And there might be a big desire for it. I'd have to know how to market the thing. I am working through making some YouTube videos. I'm only going to stream a couple nights a week from this point forward. It may only be one night if I'm busy that week, but it's just I tired. We'll just use two words. I tired. Um, but I want to get some work. What am I looking for? This. Um, I want to put some YouTube videos that kind of summarize it, because live streams are hard to find on YouTube. But if I put an actual video up that I make, that summarizes things, like I'll make a what is it? What am I making game? Like, I'm making a game. Is what I call this project. But open. Come on. So I've started working on that. Why is this not opening? Come on. Adobe, you're being slow. But I've started getting, I've got a intro and an outro. This is just a placeholder graphic and an outro to YouTube videos now. So started it. Now I got to make the hard part of it, is the meat of it. So, but I've started kind of making some notes. I got my OneNote set up on the computer and my phone so I can dictate to it as I come up with script ideas to say and things to do, just to kind of track it. But yeah, but I want to make some of those just to maybe get more eyes on it, maybe attract more people on the YouTube side. So we'll see. Well, yeah, that is that. That is what we're doing. And I'm making Claude do my grunt work because I don't want to do the grunt work. Making classes is not fun. I can just review it. Still using it the same way I have been, though. I don't want to use AI to vibe code. I want to do exactly what I did here. Is this whole stream up until till you came in, basically, was going through this spreadsheet and figuring out numbers and formulas for how they would work in the different things for the different tiers, and then making notes of stuff we needed to change. And yeah, I'm doing all this stuff. I ain't letting AI do it for me. It'll come up with some nasty ass slop. That or it'll hack my computer, because apparently the higher end models, like if I were to go change this model to Mythos, it has been impersonating people and hacking people at the higher level, and that's scary. I don't want to do that crap. So it's becoming not smarter, but more doing things off the rails that you wouldn't expect it to do, and I don't like that. So, and I'm not going to use it to make any of the graphics. I'm going to do all the graphics and stuff myself. I don't want to. I don't want to have the label of AI generated graphics. I don't like AI generated graphics or music or videos or any of that stuff. I use it to help me review and write stupid bits of code and analyze stuff, but I don't like the whole asset creation. So I saw a video today. There was in the Sea of Thieves developer update video. They talked about an experiment called Big Ship, Little Ship, and he was like, "Yep, that's what we're calling it." It's like, the hell. And was messaging with Mort and John Wire about it, and John was like, "That sounds like some dance move." So I was like, "Bet you it is." I googled Little Ship, Big Ship, or Big Ship, Little Ship dance, and it came back with a video on YouTube from about maybe a year ago. That was a kid's song called Little Ship or Big Ship, Little Ship Jet, and it was completely AI. I think he mentioned that. Yeah, big fish, little fish, cardboard box. Yeah, he did mention that one too. But it was a horribly bad AI. No, it was not an actual ship dance. There is a line dance called Big Ship though. I did find that. It looked very complicated, but the uh, the video was a kid's song called Big Ship, Little Ship, Jet, about a big ship, a little ship, and a jet. And it was completely AI generated, both the song and the video. And the song was horrendous. And the video was the same few seconds of a big ship in the background, a little ship, and a jet flying across. And then it would rewind and play it again, and rewind and play it again. And um, it was so badly generated, like the jet turned into a rocket basically, and then the big ship initially just looked like a tanker, but then when the water went down and it came down, it had this big black blob just coming off the front of it to infinity. What is this? That's the kind of AI crap and slop that I absolutely loathe. It's terrible. I saw some AI generated stuff of Starship getting towed into Australia from the Indian Ocean, and it turns the Starship into, what did it do? It turned the engines into um, propellers. What? Yeah, AI. Yeah, AI does. I feel like AI should not be used for anything visual or audible. It's ugh, makes me gag a little bit in a lot of cases. So this, on the other hand, is like this. This is taking my idea and my code base and tweaking it. So it's not really. It's using trained information about how coding works, but it's not using anybody else's ideas. It's just using, well, this is how C# is written, and here's your code. So, and I'm not vibe coding. I'm not saying, hey, take my game design document and make it now. I bet you I could. but I don't want to see what that end result would be because every little step that I've taken making this, despite how much design work that I went through in advance and all the entity stuff I did and all the database schema, it has changed every single step of the way. Like I just created 2 new tables and dropped like 10 columns today just going through this stuff. It's silly. But yeah, I use it as a coding assistant. It's kind of like my junior dev that I give, hey, here's a task I need you to do for me and make them do it for me. And I go come up with the actual hard stuff, all the math and design. I don't use that many tokens. I'm on the lowest plan I can get, and I have to pay for it to use this, but it's the lowest plan I can get, and I don't get anywhere close to my usage limits. So I'm not one of the contributors to massive electrical usage. Just a tiny little bit. No more than I would be if I was doing Google searches to do the same thing. So people forget that Google does not run in a vacuum of space. It runs on a very large set of servers just like AI does. AI just happens to be scaling faster than Google. So we have not been zero carbon footprint since the internet came to be. Anyway, yep. No, before AI came around, there were still massive data centers getting built, not for AI, they're for other things. So yeah, it is what it is. It is human technology advancing. I mean, the same thing happened with cars when you think I'm sure there were lots of environmentalists and everything and people that didn't want to have cars that were complaining when the Model T came out. Um, and all that happened was they got bigger and bigger, and now it's just an acceptance of life. There are cars, and they are polluters. And we try to make them less polluty, but they still pollute one way or the other, be it at time of manufacturing or at time of use. So it's you just try to do the best you can. Yeah, I mean there's plenty of electric cars. Yes, they don't put out carbon emissions after they've been made. Like when you're driving them, they don't put out carbon emissions. But the manufacturing process sucks ass. So I got the best of both suck ass worlds. I got a hybrid. So I needed both a battery and I pollute. Just not as fast. I don't pollute with carbon as fast as I did before with a non-hybrid. So I paid a little more up front in carbon credits for the battery, and I spend less of it along the way now. That's it. That's all it does. Just shifts where the pollution comes from. The solution? Let's go inhabit another planet and kill it instead. That's what we should do. Go to Mars. Or walk, yeah, just not have a car. Or like me, I don't drive it. I have to go look at my odometer, but I think I might have hit 1,000 miles on my car since mid-October last year when I bought it. It is now going on mid-August, so 10 months. I don't put many miles on it, so I just sit around the house and walk with Alf. Okay, he didn't hear that good. Yeah, but if you ride a horse, you know there's going to be people from PETA. Why are you hurting that horse? Kicking it to make it go faster. Don't do that. March of 23. So that's what, 3 years and 5 months now? Yeah. That's pretty good. That's less than 7,000 about 7,000 a year probably. probably closer to probably 6,000 a year. I was lucky on my old, before I did that road trip last year, which was 11,500 miles. I did, I think I put maybe 15,000 on it over the course of 5 years, so less than 3,000 a year. Just because since COVID, before that I put a lot more on it, but since COVID, I'd only put a couple thousand on it every year. So I'm going for less than that this year, apparently. But hey, less maintenance for it, and it lasts longer, so that's good. I don't have to buy one again like I did last time. I usually go 8 to 10 years before I buy a new one, mainly just to keep up with technology, right? So maybe by the time I buy the next car, full self-driving will be standard on every car in the world. Who knows? Or we fly. We have flying cars. That's scary. Yeah, no, I mean, there's just a standard. To me, 8 to 10 years is like it's time to get the next generation, right? I do the same thing with computers. Like before I built this computer I'm on now, my previous gaming PC I built in 2013 or 2014, and this one I built in 2022. So I usually build them also to last 8 to 10 years. So it's the same thing. Once you sell to move to America. Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't suggest that at the moment. At least wait 2 years, 2 years and 4 months. So see what happens then. Although I did see an article. There was a guy in Los Angeles at I think it was his golf club or where he was going to stay when he was traveling out there this week. Uh, that they arrested because he was mapping out what lines of sight he had to take aim. I mean, it could be sooner than 2 to 4 years at this rate, but um, yeah, I don't blame it. I am happy. I mean, I wasn't a big FIFA World Cup enjoyer or anything. I'm just not into that stuff. But it was nice that you saw a lot of people from outside of the U.S. coming for that, but then seeing, these Americans aren't anything like their politicians. Yep, that's exactly right. Most of us aren't. There are some that are, and there are still stupid people, but there's stupid people everywhere. So um, it was nice to see those stories of people realizing that we're not as bad as the people that represent us, because we just don't have good choices for people to represent us. That's all. It's the same way everywhere in the world. So, but yeah, no, there's just other reasons. Just yeah. Some people are. I mean, there are some people that had reasons for wanting him in there because they don't like the other side, right? But yeah, politics, it's stupid. Yeah, I could say a lot. I'm not going to though because this is on the internet. So I don't, I don't want to permanently put this out there. All that matters is that all politicians suck. That's pretty much a universal fact. Nobody in their right mind that would be good to lead somewhere wants to be a politician at all. It just could I make good decisions and lead well? Sure. Do I want to be any part of that world? Absolutely effing not. Nowhere near it. Leave me out. You doing, Alf? Weirdo. He's licking. He's in, like doing little chipmunk noises in his mouth. You got a piece of food stuck between your teeth, Alf? Piece of your greenie? That's what you usually do when you get something stuck between your two front teeth that you can't get out. You start doing weird stuff. Yeah, you want to come sit? No? Fine. Alvin. Sometimes I have to raise my voice at him like I guess was John was the guy's name in there, wasn't it? In the Chipmunks? Wasn't his name John? I don't remember. I think it was. Alvin! Sometimes I have to do that with Alf. I only have one syllable to yell though. I forget the guy's name that from the Chipmunks. I feel like it's John. Let me do this in incognito so I don't start getting ads for the Chipmunks. Name of dad in Chipmunks. Dave. Knew it was a simple name. Yeah. No, he definitely acts like an Alvin at times. Although he did pretty good. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. We went for a walk in the morning and we're going past a house where a lady was coming out with her three dogs, two of which are large and very strong and come at you pretty aggressively. And the third one, she was apparently dog sitting for a smaller one that was calm. But the two bigger ones saw us walking and bolted out, um, ripped the leash out of her hands, and they just came right at us and went right to Alf. And all I had was a flashback of the last time that happened with another dog owner in the neighborhood, and that dog took its mouth to his neck, and that dog took its mouth off its neck very quickly, Alf's neck that time. I was waiting to have to do that again this time, but thankfully they were a bit aggressive, and Alf got scared. He was yelping, but they happened to catch their leash around a mailbox and the garbage bins that were out next to them, thankfully, and they got caught on it, and then it wrapped around the back of my legs. So yay, I got nice little leash burns on my calves right now. But it stopped them from being able to get anywhere, and Alf was able to get off to the side, just me holding the leash out so he could get away, and just was yelling at them. So yeah, so they didn't do anything to him, but he got scared, and then we were getting ready to walk away. She was apologetic and everything. It was like, you should not be dog sitting if you can't handle your own dogs. You should not be going outside with your dogs if you can't handle your own dogs. Anyway, but we started walking past, and I thought we were done. And Alf was just like, I'm not done. And he stopped. He turned around and went, just like that, basically. And then turned back around and continued walking with me. It was just like, nope, I'm giving you my last word. So, but he was fine after that. It scared the poop out of him. He had pooped. He always poops twice on his walks, but this time he pooped 3 times because it scared more poop out of him. So, literally scared the crap out of him. Yeah, yeah. Alpha's very good at getting the last word, even with me. He'll start barking. I'll get him to be quiet. I'll be like, "All right, we're done," and he'll be like, "He's a little. He can be a dick, can't you, Alf?" Yeah, Alf is getting better. He has to get to know the dogs before he starts getting less barky when he approaches them. I think a lot of it has to do with protecting us. And that might be why yours, yeah, they have to protect you more. Exactly. And I think it's the same way with me. Like if he, for example, this is a everyday thing with him. Well, every work day. When I'm in my office is in the front of the house, um, and when I get up in the morning, get cleaned up, come downstairs, start the work computer to make it look like I'm working. I'm always early anyway, and then we'll go for a walk. We'll come back. I'll get a drink and cool off and work a little bit, and he's fine. He's quiet and everything. As soon as I go upstairs to go take a shower, he goes into protect mode, and every noise he hears, he is barking at. And then as soon as I come back downstairs, he's like, "Oh, Dad's here again. I can stop doing that." So I think it's the same with walking. Like until he realizes the dog isn't going to hurt me, he's very protective. And it was funny, like even after the thing yesterday, he got his last word in when we were walking away, and then he was very all like just looking at me, and then he would stop and sniff the back of my legs and lick me and just make sure I was okay. And we'd slowly it was a slow walk for a little bit there until he realized it was fine, and we continued at normal pace. But yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's the case too. Like if a dog has had a bad experience in the past in a situation, and he's starting to get in that situation again, or he feels like you're feeling like we're getting in that situation again, they react to that. So I didn't have to get as protective of him this time as I did last time. Because last time, literally, the other dog put its mouth around the back of his neck, and I ripped him off of there before he clamped down at all. That and Alf at that time too, and even this time, he's got like 3 months of hair growth on him, so he's got natural shielding from his skin, and he has his harness on his back, so they're not going to get through that either. But I didn't have to do that this time, so I don't. I think he was more protective of me than the other way around this time. Yeah, no, yep. And when you treat them like kids, which you should do with pets anyway, you should treat them like family. They get more lovey and they get more protective, and they get more demanding. Yeah, no, I mean it's. I mean, and I didn't have even if I uh, didn't want to protect him or something. It literally happened right in front of me. Like Alf had already come up to me because he saw the dog and he sent something. The dog didn't like him, and we were on the other side of the road from where that first dog was, and it then got out of its owner's hands, the leash he was holding, because he was picking up his poop and was trying to hold the leash between his knees. Again, idiot dog owner. Um, and it just pulled it out. And then it bolted across the street to us after we'd already passed by. And he knew that he was already up against me and just standing there. And that dog just came in right for his neck. And I was like, nah, I will rip you off and kick you across the street. I don't want to abuse dogs, but if you're an aggressive asshole like that, sorry. You save Jack over Griff? Yeah, that probably sounds about right. My mom would save Alpha over me, I'm sure. So, but yeah, no, it's dogs are supposed to be family. If you don't treat them like family, they turn into those aggressive a-holes. So, and some dog breeds are more susceptible to becoming aggressive than others. Um, Pit bulls, they're not naturally aggressive, but if you don't treat them just right, they become aggressive easier. It seems, which is why a lot of people don't allow them to be in Airbnbs and hotels stuff. It's a breed that people just don't want around because they don't know. They don't know what kind of upbringing they've had. But and then there's Alf. I can do whatever I want to him, and he comes back for more. Oh, the big bullies, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing is most of them was like there's a streamer that I watch. He's got a little pit bull doggy, and it's the sweetest little dog. Um, but he just babies the heck out of it, right? Well, that's what you get when you treat them nicely. So they turn out to be nice dogs. But I'm sure if he was a dick to it constantly, or just a dick in general, it'd be a different situation. I think a lot of dogs are that way. It's just some get more aggressive than others. But anyway, fun times, fun times. Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes it's just like they're being protective. But it's a similar it's not that he's aggressive, right? It's just that he's in a situation that he it brings back bad memories. Um, Technically it's similar to why dogs are aggressive, like they were in an environment that made them that way, but it's not that your environment has added that. It's he probably has gotten more tame over the years just because he's been in a better environment. I'm just watching Alf because he's pacing around like a dummy now, looking for something to bark at. Um, but yeah, I mean, there's it just depends on how what those situations are and how long they last, and if there's any uh, countering situations that it can learn from to not fear them as much. It's always out of fear though, like the aggressiveness, and it's fear. It's a fear reaction, right, boy? You get very licky when you get scared. You jump on my lap when the lawn care people show up during work and get on my lap and lick the crap out of my arm. Yeah, you. That doesn't help too. I mean, age also makes them a little more skittish just because like they can't see as well or hear as well or something, right? So that doesn't help the situation. Yeah, no worries. I was just gonna finish up this little bit. I wasn't planning on going too much longer anyway, so I'll probably be another maybe hour. But cool. Well, have a good evening. Thanks for the chat. We shall get back to tier definitions. No, don't be sorry. Streaming this, I don't expect to work like I do with a normal job. I expect to be not 100% focused. It's all good. All right. So tiers. Did it interpret it right? They got this top part right so far, and I think I read this was good. Removes the 3 now fake columns. I wouldn't call them fake. They're real. They exist. Don't make them feel self-conscious that they don't actually exist. They're not going to exist anymore, but they're real. They're not fake. Adds tier to subland block and adds the new tiers definitions table. Seeded from that. Actually generating dynamic weather mobs loot per character on entry is explicitly out of scope. Not there. I just not this particular commit. Because we do have a note here to add. Well, do we have a note on here for that? I said mobs and weather, but hey, bud, did you have a good drink? You got a wet mouth? Yeah. Hi, how you doing? You gonna lick my belly? Hi. What's up? How you doing? Oh, my boy. You want to lick my right hand, don't you? I don't know what your obsession is with my right hand after I hold a mouse for a while, but you like the taste of plastic or something. Weirdo. Yeah, funny boy. Did we even make notes about where the weather was going to go? I know we talked about it, but I don't know that we added it. Oh no, we have the column here. We're just not going to define it. Okay, yeah, it's coming. All right, cool. Let's see here. Yeah, we renamed that. So here's the definition. GUID for the ID, int for tier, int for max range. Yeah, that's fine. Weight is a decimal. Maxes are ints. That's a decimal. Max, 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 max. All ints decimal. Cool. Okay, so this is just defining the tier table and adding it. Adding the table. Blah, blah, blah. Rebuild it. Schema change here. We're going to remove these 3 guys and add that int tier. Yep. Default to 1. And then wire tier selection to generation. Oh, you already do. Okay. I guess it makes sense to go ahead and do that now. So it's going to choose tier. It's going to send the tiers cache in there, what our distance is, and then our seed if we so set it. So what I didn't define was, so bucket, we'll see how I interpret this, but I had an idea of how I wanted it to, because what I don't want to do is I don't want to say find the distance and then only use that particular row. Like if we are 11 away, only use the one that's less than or equal to that distance. And that's the highest one that's less than or equal to that distance. I don't want it to do that. I think. Well, do I? Let me think. No, it can be. Hmm, it can be both of these because this is min range from settlement. Maybe it figured that out, but I think it can be either one of these. Hmm. Or not. Because if let's say it's either one of these and we're 11 away. If it rolls tier 4, which one of those is it pick? There's nothing to tell it which one it's pick. It's just tier 4. Then it's based off of the range. So yeah, I guess it's just whichever one is. I guess what I said about it, yeah, it's gonna be the one. Okay, so we'll see what it came up with. So bucket by min range from settlement. Find the largest min range from settlement that is less than or equal to the distance to settlement. Hey, it's exactly what I just said. If it's -1, the existing beyond 25 block settlement radius sentinel, treat it as beyond every bracket. Use the largest one, which is 15. Yep, correct. In the bracket, 4 rows, 1 per tier number. Do a normalized weighted random pick over weight, matching the weighted draw style already used by choose terrain type elsewhere in this file. Yeah. That is correct. Delete the build weather, update that. Yep. Load the tiers from the context, replace the weather JSONs with tiers. Drop those from the bulk inserts. It's got to update our import export. Yep. Make sure that stuff is maintained. Put our documentation in there and we'll validate. All right. So that'll get us the stuff. I'm glad I broke it up because it would have been doing all kinds of extra crap for these. So, okay. Go ahead and do that. And then when that's done, we've tested it and reviewed it and everything. Of the rest of those, so we've got the terrain types weather we're going to add. Okay, so that's getting rid of, yeah, I think those 3 we can get in there. Speed factor is going to come off. We know we needed the quantity column on the items table. That's just totally independent of all of it. We could probably do all of these, including the resource types, because we're not actually using this yet. We're just creating it. So I think we do the rest of this. So we'll just put this in as there's a bunch of cleanup that we need to do, and this will be all of our reasoning. Okay, let me close that and that. I swear, what is up with the clipboard not working? Paste. There we go. I question, like, how is a clipboard something so hard to make work correctly? We have some other cleanup items to do that we uh, decided on while coming up with the tiers table. Not all of this is used yet, but I'll go ahead and scaffold it all out. Okay, so that's our next prompt for. See, it was going to be a relaunched update. I knew it was going to happen. Always happens every time you use Claude. Always an update. And it's not like I can easily go read release notes. Right? I might be able to. I don't know. I wonder if they have how comprehensive their release notes are. Let's see. Evening thoughts. No, not really. Claude, Windows, app, release notes. Probably in GitHub somewhere. Or they got it out here. Changelog. All right. This is co-work. Hmm. 26832. That is not that version. Oh, release notes for Claude Desktop. Overview. I guess they call. Is it calling it co-work? That feels weird. Skills, plugins. I mean, because the version number is not there. So they broke the scrolling again. It doesn't scroll down properly again. Maybe they're fixing that change. 1268320. 1.268. I've already forgotten the number. 320. Oh. Is this thing like linked to the original patch notes? Original source. No. You suck, release bot. You're probably run by AI that doesn't know how to read. You'd think it'd be in here, but of course nothing is easily found ever. Whatever. Be nice to know what we get in these updates. But I guess it's just a little black box like Alf's brain. Never know what's going on in there. So then once this is done, I then need to start defining the mob types. I mean, they're in here, but actually defining their stats and the equipment I can't really do yet because I don't have items. Um, these parameters or descriptions and names, visual representation is kind of moot right now. So that and define it for all four tiers because we're going to need to be able to see that we get the right tier of mob when we spawn it. And then now I'll have to fill in the mob spawn weights. That's just going to be a lot of grunt work to do that, which is fine. I can make a spreadsheet and then get it imported as SQL code. And this is coming out anyway, the speed factor. So that'll simplify this a good bit. But it's basically going to be what do we got 64 in here, and then we've got 12 terrain types. So there's going to be and 4 tiers. So the mob spawn weights are by mob type, terrain type, and tier. So whatever that number of records is, so 64 times 12 times 4 tiers is 3,072 records are going to have to go in here. I'm going to have to write a script to kind of just put some general numbers in here first. Ain't no way in crap I'm determining 3,072 spawn chance percentages. Or it's just going to be the same for every tier initially and we change it. But I don't know. Or it's always going to be the same for all mob types. All mob types will spawn in all terrain types at the same. Well, it won't actually be that number because not every mob's going to spawn in every terrain type. But still, it's going to be a couple thousand probably. That's a lot of manual numbers to come up with. We might just do some patterns, do some obvious. There's no way X is going to spawn and Y, but we'll have to fine tune that later. Unfortunately, leaving tech debt for later, but none of these numbers are going to survive the first round of testing anyway. And I could just define a few different ones too initially for testing. I don't have to find all 64 mobs. All right, it's building it. We can probably start looking at changes that it made. I think I committed before I started this. Oh, we've versioned up to V2. Wait. Okay. That makes sense. Ah, yes. All that stuff's gone. It will make this export smaller. That's for sure. With all the dynamically generated loop or stuff now. So that's good. Whenever that might ever be needed, but I want to keep it up to date and maintain it. So I will probably end up setting this back to version 1 when we get to the end because it's going to keep incrementing this up. And it's going to be like version 72,000 by the time we get to the end. It just moved. It got rid of mob type names. Alf just farted. So it versions it when you make a breaking change. That makes sense. I'm wondering, so If you add stuff, it's probably not breaking. But if you remove stuff, it probably is. Well, it definitely is. Because if you add stuff, the caller just wouldn't parse it anymore. It wouldn't. It'll parse it from the JSON, but it won't actually do anything with it. It's not really breaking, unless you just completely redefine how something is associated, and then that's break. That's a different type of breaking. So, oh, it does have rules. I didn't notice they put these on here. So, major version increments signals a breaking change. A field was removed, the type was changed, or the structure of an existing object was reorganized. Importers must reject documents with unsupported major version. Minor is new optional field. A 2.x importer must accept any 2.y document regardless of y. Unknown fields in a newer minor version should be ignored, not rejected. Yeah. Okay. That's what I was saying, but in nicer words. All right. Subland block. Got rid of those three properties and added that guy. We're good. This is our new tier table that we made. We've got everything that we looked at. Perfect. We got rid of weather going in the subland block cells and just changed that to tier and an int instead. And now a list of, or a tier definition coming into the generate so that we don't have to go pull from the database constantly. And a choose tier instead of build weather because it's no longer doing weather. We come down here, we have a choose tier. So definition, distance, so it's going to come in here. So the effective distance equals distance to settlement less than 0, which means it's -1. Then int max value. Okay, sure. You can do 2.1 billion from it. That's fine. Otherwise, this is the settlement. So that what that's doing is making it so that since we don't care about anything above 15, or we don't have a threshold that's higher than 15, and anything above 25 is -1 because we don't track distance if you're beyond 25 from a settlement. It makes that -1 a big number, so it then goes through this next bit of math and work. So here we're going to say where our min range for settlement is less than the effective distance that we picked. And then it's going to take the max. Let's read it. Where are my parentheses here? So what's this doing? That one lines up there. All right. So the max min range from settlement. Otherwise, take the min. Weird. All right. So wait, so it's getting. Oh, this is getting the bucket ranges. Okay. And it's picking the bucket based off of our bucket range and getting the sum of the weights. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. I get what it's doing. It's taking all, excuse me. It's getting our buckets that are all of the same range value. Here's what this is doing. And then it's summing up the weights and then rolling our random number based off of the total of the sums, just in case the sums don't go to 100%, which they don't have to. Like I can make it so that it's like 50, 50, 50, 200%. They all have a 50% chance. They have the same, basically, it makes it so they have the same percent chance of dropping, which is the equivalent to 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, an extra 25 in there. I count my fingers. And then it goes through and picks the one that it falls into. So, okay. So that looks good. I know you're waiting, but I'm reviewing yo changes, buddy. Oh, you wrote an ADR. Okay, that's what toggled up there. Tier definition. That works. Ow, you can't roll over with your foot there. That hurts. Weirdo. Okay, so we added the tiers table, which is a set of tiers to our database context. We should have a create a table here with all of these numeric, right, and integers. Index on tier number, min range from settlement, which makes sense. And then we just drop it on the down. This is our seeding of the tiers. These are all the numbers that I picked, which should look very similar to this. Yep. Look good to me. And then the up. Oh, this is just defining the static rows. That's what that is. Okay. And then the up is putting them together and inserting them into the table. And the down is delete from it. And then here in the world, we dropped those 3 columns and we added our new integer tier column defaulting to 1. And the down is the other way around. And in our world, we have get all tiers SQL, so it just pulls everything. It will eventually need more than that, but for the sake of sub-lamb block train generation, that's all it needs for now. We'll eventually have to pull back the whole thing because we'll need that memory for generating everything when a player enters the land blocks. So we'll need those numbers. And in this one, where our bulk insert is, we don't insert those 3 JSON columns anymore. We just insert the tier, which is going to reduce the table size. And then here, we get our tier cache. And we pass our tiers now into the subline block generator. And this is our bulk insert. We're adding the tier there rather than the weather. Is that it in there? It's all in there. Okay. Well, there's a lot more. Hang on. Tier cache. That's the correct. Well, that's our lazy data source. Yeah. Okay. Why are we using the lazy data source? So why are we doing that? over, hang on, let's look. I don't know that I agree with this. Repositories, world. So like terrain type cache. We'll use a lazy data source there too. Hmm. But if we go into these, like this gets a data source pumped into it when it gets called. Like if we look the references to this, we pass in wait, where am I looking here? Well, that's the call. Hmm. I don't feel like this has always been this way on the terrain type cache. Because these are all dependency injected data sources on these. That's nothing. No, this isn't. There we go. None of this has database stuff in it because this is all of our entities which don't directly touch the database. They use data from it, but they don't directly touch it. That's what the data class is for. I feel like something's different here. Well, this is the entity. I don't think there's anything in context. Why am I about to sneeze? No sneezy. Yeah, because I mean, we've got database context. The definition is database context. It knows about the tiers. Why isn't it using it? Is it because this repository is not in the definitions? So it has to go get, because we broke it up, it's not in the same context. That's what it is. So the world here is not in the definitions database context by default. So we have to get it separately, which means we have to use the lazy route. But it is still pulling it from the configuration. So it's not like it's horrible. I just don't think we can test this without the database now. Let me think. Is there a way to test this without the database? Not easily. Because what you'd have to do you'd have to pass in your dependency there. It might really make things complicated and unnecessary for. Yeah, see, this is there's no cross database EF navigation, so I can't just pass it in. And I think we established that after we broke up the databases, this was going to be what we have to do, just because it's in a different context. It is what it is. We'll have enough tests, and I will always have a database, and I don't need to go that in depth testing this without a database. Testing, yes. Testing without a database, I don't know. Did it figure out a way to do it maybe still? Because it does write tests. Tests. World gen. For unit? No. So did it add anything in here? I didn't even notice in the git change. Did it add anything in this guy? Yeah, it did. We might have tests then. Let's see what it did. So build tiers, new tier definition. Ah, okay. It's mocking up the tier definition so that it doesn't need the database. That's what it's doing. Okay. I mean, I guess that works. That way you're still relying on static known values in those tiers so that when you do your test to make sure it's calculating the tiers right, you know what values are in it. So I guess that's fine. Okay. Okay. So updated all of these from added build tiers into all of these. So it passed those into the trainer sub thing. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. So that's how you get around not needing the databases. Just dummy it up and don't ever call the method that gets them out of the database. Okay. I'm okay with that. I'm sure we did the same with the terrain types. Build terrain types. Yep. Exactly what we did. Known values that you can test against to make sure they act as you expect them to, not configurable and like, well, it did something different because it's configured differently. You just assume that you get back this list as it is correctly. At least at that point, you know, well, it's a data issue, right? The data is not coming back the same. So, okay. The program on the Waker, we added the tier cache. Our world exporter, we updated the version and cleaned this stuff up. We don't have that anymore. We just have a tier. Import queries, again, we got rid of those and made it tier, rid of those and made it tier. Validation result, mob type ID by name got removed. That's just our version update. Oh yes, we don't have to validate the. That's what this has got. This got rid of checking to make sure all the mob types that are in that were in the sub land block mob type definitions were valid, and now we don't need to do that anymore because they're not there. So it's less to worry about on import export. Oh, I didn't finish looking at that file. I don't think we got rid of that stuff. Oh, we just renumbered all those. That's what that happened there. Okay. We don't need the JSON in the import world import anymore because we no longer have to parse the mob type definition. Just a tier. So that simplifies the import. We'll probably make this go much faster. And our export document model, not 2.0. Tier, we get rid of the weather DTO, we get rid of the dictionary of mob spawn configs, and it's just a tier int now. So much simpler export. It added an ADR, we'll look at it in a second, and it checked off our list. Hang on. Oh, that got moved down there. These all moved up one. Oh, this is before we even started tonight. That's why this wasn't all Claude that did this. This is me changing this stuff. So yeah, so it checked off all those that we just did. Okay, cool. And then a big old ADR for what we changed and why. Okay. Okay, so that gets us to, if we look at the database now, mob types. Let me close all these. Last time we did this and we left them open. Can I right click close all but this? Close tabs to the right. There we go. It didn't actually update things properly. Okay. Nothing there. So then what we should have is if we refresh, we have a tiers table. We have all of our tiers and all of our numbers. Now they're just ints and decimals. Easy. Don't really need the ID, but it's good to have for reference to be able to easily pick a record if we need to. Terrain types. We haven't actually updated that one yet. Never mind. What else did we do? Why does my brain not remember what else we did? Oh, we haven't done the resource stuff yet. The tiers we looked at, and the subland blocks. That's what we gotta look at. Derp. So let's refresh this and look at subland blocks. These got simpler. No more weather. No more JSON. There's not any JSON on these anymore, is there? Well, that's a bit Limen influenced or not. Yeah, so we got rid of all the JSON. We've simplified that. That's good. I wish I would have looked at how big this was before. It's 34 meg now. I wonder how big it was before. Probably much bigger. A lot more text. Okay. All right. So added in tier definitions and cleaned up subland blocks to only roll a tier now. Commit all that stuff. And push to get it out off the computer in case my computer dies between now and then. Very unfortunate. Okay, so then the next bit was, we can close that out now. Is going to be this stuff. The other cleanup bits. We'll make a new window. A new window, a new conversation. I do like one change I noticed they had made this week was now your if you do stuff under different folders in code, really. Like if I show all, you can see there were a couple conversations I had. I was trying to do some stuff for my assurance call plugin and it didn't work, but depending on what you're working on now, it organizes things nicer for the different projects. I like it. Or it just gives you group buys is what it does now. So anyway, status active only. I gotta archive some of these off. They're getting stale. All right, so now that didn't paste worth a darn into that. We'll do some line breaks. We'll do that, that, and that. And resource spawn wait. There we go. Tell me what you think of this stuff. Let's see what I missed. Yeah, this is me when I play EverQuest Legends. There's no note taking. It's waiting for input already. No, it's not. Liar. It doesn't have a notepad or anything to take notes in game. So I play full screen and I take this little guy like this size. I shove him up in the corner over here. And Notepad++ has a couple cool features. You can make it always on top, so it stays on top of the full screen window, and I can put it in post-it note mode, and it's little post-it notes that I can take notes with. This is smaller than it used to be, but yeah, so it's a neat little featured notepad. Make post-it notes out of it. But yeah, this is me just keeping track of quests and what I need to look for and what I want to keep certain item types for. I'm a nerd. What can I say? I'm a nerd. Where'd you go, Claude? Why are you not coming to the front? They're running your task. Okay, so that's some good progress. Good progress. We'll get this last little bit into these. Won't be big changes because they're more static than actually using them. And we will probably call it there. We got a few minutes still. Let this thing finish. I did ask it to look at a bunch of different tables they're all related to the game, but they're not all related to each other. So my doggy go. Oh, there he is. A good chunk of stuff we did tonight. I'm happy. I just got some number grunt work to do, hopefully, before our next stream, so I don't have to bore everybody to death. Ooh, 4 questions. For mob types equipment, how should we store a loot definition GUID per tier? Keep as JSON B, reshape the value. Keep equipment as a single JSON B column. Same tier keyed string pattern as names, description, stat block. But change the per tier value from defensive items off it. Oh, you're reading out of, yeah, that was that whole thing. Yeah, raise to, yeah, that one. No. It's going to be small enough that it fits in there just fine. On the new resource types table, should base skill ID and subskill ID be required for nullable foreign keys? It doesn't even know the proper one. Base skill ID is required, subskill ID is nullable. Every resource must map to a base skill, but a subskill may not be discovered assigned yet. Matches subskill's own optional discovery lifecycle. Would I have resources at just a high level? Maybe. Let's see. So when we did channels, for example, base skill is not nullable, sub skill is. That's how we did channels. I bet blueprints are probably the same. Yep. I think that's probably fair. I think there's probably going to be some things that you just need the base skill for, and there's going to be some things that you need more, or that when you do it, it unlocks the sub skill that can be leveled to get that stuff specifically. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think this is the one. Items quantity, default value, and column type. Int default 1, yeah. If I have an item, so if an item exists in that table, it has to be 1. If it's stacked thing of items, then it's multiple. So the other way I could do this, when I'm thinking about it, is every item is in it. If you have 400 pieces of ore, there are 400 records in that table, all in it pointing to your container. But then in the client, we lump them up and stack them automatically for you. The other thing is I just well I closed the stupid file, didn't I? One thing in this definition we didn't define. Most items are not stackable, right? Most items just aren't. Like you can't stack 2 pieces of armor or weaponry or whatever on top of each other. Resources and probably consumables will stack, but we don't want them to stack infinitely. So I think when we get into do we make that a property, max stack size, or do we make that an actual record on here? Or do we put that... I'm just trying to think of the best way to know when we get to the max stack, because I don't want to have to constantly parse out. I was thinking it could be a property, but then constantly having to look in JSON to figure out what the max level is of items as you pick them up. If it's an actual column on this, that's easier to look at. I'm just trying to think from a bigger picture. So resource types, that makes sense to put a max stack size there. But when we go for other stuff that's stackable, where would that live? Because the only place we have the defined items are in the loot definitions. And in that's just a big old JSON file already. I feel like it, for consistency, we make it on properties on this and on the item definitions. But when we go and store the item, we take that property and we persist it on the item itself. So that we can just look at it and go, yeah, I don't need to go look up, not indexes. I don't need to go look up how many the max quantity is for this item. I know what it is because I put it right here. Same thing we do with durability, right? We set what the durability max is here, and we have a current. This is going to be the same idea. So I think we need to say it needs to default to 1, but we will also need a second column for quantity max that we will set when we first create the record based off of properties on the resource type or item or a loot definition properties JSON. Still just an int as well. This way we don't have to constantly look up what they are, what the max is. Okay. Loot tables cleanup drops is equipped by mobs, is mob drop, settlement distance min, settlement mass columns, and the mob spawn weights drops speed factor. Since phase 3 data is inert scaffolding, is it fine for the migration to just drop these columns, losing any existing values in dev, or do you want existing rows preserved, backfilled first? What would I backfill them with? Just drop them. They're gone. We're not using them for anything. Nah, just drop them. Yeah, I think that's the best route is to put the max just on the item. I mean, it's extra data constantly there, but and then if we ever change it, we'd have to go backfill it, but that's fine. All right. This gives all of them now. Is inert schema matching the rest of phase 3. Yep, no behavior changes. That's exactly what I expect. Obviously, there's going to be a couple little code bits here and there, I think, where we defined them, but that's fine. Add a column for weather parameter ranges. Normal plus limit affluence sets for dynamic weather generation on land block entry. Reshape the existing per tier JSON-B value from that to a single loot definition GUID per tier. Yeah, I think that's fine. No structural type change to the column itself, just a documented shape change and default reset. Loot tables, drop in all 4 of those. Mob type ID becomes the sole signal for this is a mob drop table for that tier. When null, terrain type ID plus tier drive selection instead. With is chest is loose loot only meaningful in that terrain case. Confirm straight drop column, no backfill needed, dev only inert data. Yep. Mob spawn weights. Drop the speed factor. Overcomplication speed is a combat factor, and mobs won't spawn somewhere that would reduce it. Yep. Items. Add quantity defaulted to 1. And quantity max defaulted to 1 for stackable resources and items. Quantity max is set programmatically at item creation time from resource type loot definition properties JSON-B. Not derived by database default beyond the initial 1. Yes. So new resource types and resource spawn weights tables in definition DB context, mirroring the existing mob type mob spawn weight pattern exact. Not exactly, but it's the pattern in general, yes. All right, so we add a string there and into the database. This is just a documentation update. Loot tables are going to remove stuff. Spawn weights. This is all the mob spawn weight stuff. This is removing the factor and out of the entity stuff. Items quantity. These are new columns getting set on the items. Again, this is just database stuff. We don't have to do any change to other code. This is just the new table. So we got ID, archetype name, names, descriptions, visual representations, respawn timer, base and sub skill ID, the properties. What? Oh, that's right. When we make the entity stuff, there's going to be further down here a reference saying that. We'll find it here in a second. Foreign key pattern. Yeah. That's just so that when we load up this object, it goes ahead and pulls those skills in as well into the object. And the spawn weights. There's our spawn weights, resource type ID, terrain type ID, the tier, percentage, and it pulls those. You can unselect now. There we go. Pulls those in as well. This is the new config file to configure the entity framework with these new things. Yada, 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 yada. JSON-B. Default 1. Yep. Registers in both. Oh, this is just doing all the .NET migrations and tests. Okay. Cool. I think that does it. Do it. Good. No new ADR for that. It doesn't really need one. It was just us taking what we already needed to do and just kind of actually defining things out. So that's fine. Cool. That covers that. And close that guy. see, already making changes. Items, we got our 2 new values. Our loot table, we have gotten rid of those 4 things that we're just not going to use anymore. Mob spawn weight, got rid of speed factor. Mob type, we just changed the comment here to be what we wanted it to be. These are our new resource spawn weight and type tables. It all looks good. Terrain type, we added our weather ranges, define those in there. And then these are going to be our entity framework things, adding our quantity. Okay, I just added a note on there, got it. Got rid of speed factor off of the mobs. These are our new resources things, setting our defaults as JSON Bs. And our foreign keys so we don't delete stuff that we shouldn't. Or leave, whatchamacallits, orphans. New weather ranges to the world configuration in the train types. Our new entities. Resource types. And this is to scaffold a resource. So this is just all of our cleanup basically and the definition. So we're speed factor getting dropped on mob spawn weights, the loot tables, column drops, terrain type adding the column. We're creating the resource types table with keys and primary keys, creating the resource spawn weights. All these are UUIDs, integer numeric, and all that stuff. Indexes to tie everything together between the things. That's as I expect. These are all foreign keys. And just lookups as needed. And that's the backwards version of that. Okay. And items. Adding the 2 columns or dropping the 2 columns. Did I miss anything up here? No. Yeah, I think that's everything. Very random. Sometimes it updates my to-do list and sometimes it doesn't. Like this time it didn't. Fine, I'll do it myself. Okay, so now if we look at our database, close these guys out. We look at items, refresh. We now have our quantity maxes on there. That's expected. Containers, I think we already might have had that, didn't we? We didn't. We'll eventually get there. No, max item count. Never mind. Max item count's right there. Okay. And then in the world, did we do stuff in the world? Terrain type. That's right. We added the weather thingies. Well, no, that's not in the world. That's in definitions. Well, it's all in the configuration. There's nothing in world. All in definitions here. So refresh. All right, so now in terrain types, we have our weather ranges now. We already had our tiers table. We have our resource types. Yep. And our spawn weights. Yep. And on mob types. No, mob spawn weights. That speed is gone. What else did we change? Those mob types change. Oh, we just find the definition there. Loot table got cleaned up a good bit. That's a much simpler looking loot table. I like it. I like it a lot. And then items. We already saw that one. That's a different one. So cool. Nice. Let me go to do. We'll go check all these off myself. X, X. Yep. All that's done. Wow. All that's done. And we haven't spawned a single mob yet. We did a lot of other stuff. Oh my goodness. These are going to get longer because they're not as broad and open as these. Like we weren't taking notes in phase 1 like that. We added some stuff into phase 2, but a lot of it was just kind of trial and error of stuff. This one, there's just a lot of things that we're changing. We're tracking them all probably in more detail than we really need to, but it's fine. It's whatever. Okay, so now we can actually do the thing that makes the mob spawn in there, and that will be next time. But I still have to fill in some data first. We can't really do it well until I fill in at least some mob spawn weights and fill in some of these mob descriptions and names and whatnot. So, yeah. Well, let's be lazy. And let's create a PR for this. Feel myself sliding way down on the couch now, so clearly I am about ready to fall asleep. Now, did it do it all right? Boo. It didn't fill in everything. I don't think it got anywhere close to filling it all in. Yeah, like the tiers stuff was it only looked at that latest commit. Can you look at all of the commits in this branch and have the PR notes reflect those changes as well? I don't think it really likes to do what I just did. It did what it thought was right, but I just do it in small little chunks, and I'd rather commit each little chunk for the stages in the PR that I'm going to do, so I can see as it does things what it changes, not just here's the first 20 files And I changed some other stuff in some of those files, not other files, but you got to go figure out what it is. And I don't want to do that. I want to see exactly what it changed for every step of the way. All right, let's see if it fixed. Yeah, there we go. This is where we got our loot, our tiers. Where actually this is where we got all of our mob archetype and stat block consolidation, all that stuff set up. Then we added our tier. I forgot this was I guess I didn't do a PR Tuesday for that stuff. Tier system, weather ranges, and all the other cleanup that we did, and all that stuff's there. So cool. Do it. Awesome. Big chunk of stuff done. Not a lot of code, but a lot of thinking. To be fair, game code for systems, to me, and maybe I'll think differently in 6 months, is the easy part. It's the figuring out how to do it well and the designing of them that's the hard part. None of this code is we're not doing anything rocket sciencey here. This is all just simple logic. The most complicated thing we've done was the world generation. I had already figured most of that out. So it was just kind of wrapping this game's wrapper around what I already done. None of it's rocket science. Coding isn't that hard. We got a decent design. So cool. All right. Well, next time, hopefully we can start coding up getting the mobs to spawn and seeing what that looks like. It's not going to be fancy. It's going to be a little list of mobs in a admin test tool, but that's all it's going to be. But it'll be something. It'll start getting populated. We are going to have to backfill our tiers, though. But we could just regenerate as well. Because if we look at what we did, I think that's going to get called on a regenerate too. Where is it? Generate. So choose terrain type. I think it's in here, is it? Or is it down here? No, it's down here. Yeah, so it'll it'll reset that tier when it regenerates because there's nothing. I mean, if we use the same RNG, it'll keep the same one, but it's all defaulting to 1 right now. So they'll all change. So we'll just have to regenerate stuff, and we should see, because if we look at all the lub land blocks, the sub land blocks, no. Let's just go here. From sub land blocks, where do we have anything that we can just blow away really quick? Yeah, we can do this one. That's land blocks. And we can do this guy. Tier is greater than 1. Probably gonna come back with nothing. Or not. Did it recalculate all of them? As part of the 2169. No. It probably did 1 land block. 2169. There's 2600 in a land block. So it did 1. It regenerated 1 of them. Okay, so that's all it did. Okay. So yeah, that just proves that regeneration will work because it did do that here already. You can even see here distance 1. It got a tier 3. Let's do this. It's all gonna be the same land block, I would assume. This guy, where land block ID is this. Order by tier, and then by distance. Near settlement. That. I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Woke Alpha. Alpha. All right, so tier 1. They're way the hell away. Still tier 1. So clearly we can get tier 1 on stuff that are way far away. Might be too many. We'll have to. One of the things we'll do next time is part of the admin tool when we build the traversal thing is instead of putting the letter for the terrain type in there, we'll put the tier number so that we know what it generated as. So when we're traversing around it, we can see, okay, well, the color code's on the left here. We can go look at what that means, but this is grass and this is a tier 4, so this is what it should have done. We'll do that, and that'll give us a good picture of when there's a settlement or it's a non-zero distance to settlement, right? Or non-1. What did it do in the tiers? And if it is completely wildly everywhere, what I would expect to see is more 1s closer and less as you get further out. That would be what I'd expect. If we don't see that, which I'm worried about because I see 327 of the 2,600 are more than 25 away from a settlement and they are tier 1. That's a big number. That's like 15%, 15 to 20%. It's too big, I feel. Because then we have all these other ones that are further, that are closer, that are 1. That's fine. I do expect that to happen, right? Okay, so let's see. And tier. Actually, this is what we can do. I assume group by is similar here. Group by tier and distance near settlement. Order by that, and then here we're going to do tier, distance. I don't know what the count is. I'm going to guess it's count. Yeah, count. And does it use the same syntax as number of subland blocks? Let's see if that's SQL Server syntax. We'll see if it even works. Yeah, it works. Cool. So 327 further than 25 away. Oddly, there are less 1s closer than there are further. That's weird. 506 2s further. So that's better. That's okay. I mean, to be fair, though, the other thing to think about is there's only going to be a handful of blocks that are 1 away. So that doesn't make as much sense anymore. So they're all going to go up, but it's just how many are that are right next to it are 1s versus 2s. So 506 that are more than 25 away of tier 2. And this starts getting increasing here. 726 of 3. Okay, so maybe it's not as bad as I thought it was. 3s that are more than 25 away. 528 fours, which is what I expected. I expect that to go because threes are higher than twos and fours at the max distance, and one is the lowest, and that's probably about right. Both just over 500 for twos and fours. 327 for ones. Okay. We'll have to see what it looks like. I'm not entirely convinced yet, but those numbers give me hope that we weren't horrible. So we'll see. We'll probably have to change them, but that's fine. I just feel like the stuff within 25 is going to be just so random, which I guess is okay, right? The idea of you can go almost anywhere and get something good potentially that plays into that, but you can definitely see like there's less ones in general. Let's just do. I want both of these. I want to see them both. Don't group by the settlement distance anymore, just by tier. I'm just curious how many of each tier got generated. Get rid of this. There. That's pretty good. I mean, I'm not going to complain too much. It's a decent ratio. Their scatteredness doesn't really matter, to be fair. I mean, as long as this makes sense, like you're going to get, with a settlement nearby, you're going to get this ratio of things. I think that's pretty decent. I'd be curious what it looks like on a map that is nowhere close to one. Like, what do these numbers look like? I would assume it probably goes a little more towards 2, 3, and 4 than it does 1. Like these four, this might drop to 300, and this goes to 7, 9, and 7, or maybe this drops to 200. I don't know, but I don't think that's terrible. I think that works. Okay, we'll play with it, see what it does. It'll be good to visualize it. That'll always help me visualize it. But just seeing the raw numbers is giving me hope that it's not horrible. So, cool. All right. Close tabs to the right. And on that, we will end it now. Did I delete my branch? I don't remember if I deleted my branch locally or not. I don't think I did. Let me go here. Pull the latest. Delete. Delete. Okay. Ain't nobody on. It's a slow night on Twitch for my follower list. Cool. All right. Well, thank you all for watching. We'll be back next week with some hopefully mob spawning stuff. Probably gonna try to get at least my intro video out for the game, or at least make it and be finalizing it before next week. But we'll see. We'll see how much I sleep this weekend. But anyway, thank you all for watching. We will see you on the next one. Have a good evening, morning, or afternoon, wherever you're at. Bye for now.